And yeah, here we go. Here we go. Beautiful. Oh, not too beautiful morning, to be honest. But, you know.
A little foggy.
Yep.
It is
Okay.
October.
What we have
just
for
like my head.
today. What we have for today is a big field.
This is
I mean,
ready to
that-
harvest over here now, this big one.
Nope, not that big field. It's still young grass, but this field in a 12 square. The next one, I mean, on the other side of the farm, and the big one, the bigger one, let's say like this. It's ready to. It's ready actually. What about our canola? It's not ready yet.
Haven't we got when is that
I'm
when
going
is
to
the
start
crop
hauling
ready
this
for-
silage.
Sorry.
I'm going to start
Oh,
hauling
this-
silage.
Yeah, this one's ready to harvest.
Yeah.
Is that the one you were
It's-
talking about?
Let me. Yeah, that one exactly. Okay, and
Yep, okay.
soybeans is still growing as well as corn. So we don't have anything to harvest except for the grass. So that's gonna be an easy day for us. At least I hope so. Alrighty, it's time to go to the game. Oh, that's not the tractor that I'm looking for, definitely. Okie dokie. Okay.
I'm going to start hauling silage.
Alright.
We got one silo. We got one silo ready to go.
What are you doing, Arthur? Stealing my equipment. I
Yeah.
see.
You think
what
you're gonna get
after.
the easy job?
Yeah. Well, why you call it easy? It's not easy.
Isn't it?
No. Not even close. And you know that? Oh.
No, I don't. What would I know about it?
Oh, the only thing that I wanna check is, do we have weeds? Weeds? Yeah, we have couple of weeds here, so I probably gonna start with weeding job first and then switch to collecting grass. Where is our weeder? Does anybody seen our weeder? I'm pretty sure we had
No.
one.
Where did you leave it?
That's a great question. It was a week ago. Bloody week ago, to be honest. So... oopsie daisy. Hey, come on, tractor, could you please... Yeah, drive. Weeder... Oh, here it is. I see it. I see it. At least I hope that this is the weeder, not a plow or something like that. Because that's gonna be a stupid mistake. Yeah, that's definitely a weeder. Okay.
Okay, are we hauling this silage directly to sell, or are we dumping it in our silo?
Let's look for the price. Silage. It's better than previous months, but not that good as it should be next month. Do we need any
Okay.
money this month? I don't think so, because we should be alright. We should be alright without any problems. I mean, we don't need to collect, to harvest anything, so we don't need to buy new headers, harvesters, or things like that, so let's dump
Okay,
it to the
well,
storage.
All right, both of these silage pits will be ready to go today.
Beautiful.
The other one's at 80%. The other one's at 80% right now, so.
Uh-huh. And that you're unloading now is at 100%, correct?
Correct.
Beautiful.
That's the one we should have done last week. but ran out of time.
Yep. Okay, I just hope that I'm not gonna ruin this crop on these wheels. No, that should be fine. Alrighty. Come on. Yep, sounds like that. Ah, shoot.
Anybody check the pigs?
And what about pigs? Are they
I just
alright?
had to ask. They're at 100% health. Food is at
Nice.
5,300. Slurry is at 6,700. So we could actually start hauling slurry and dumping that into the
Yeah, that's gonna be a nice thing to
silo.
do.
When I get done with this silage, I'll get that.
Okay, now please remove all that crap from our field.
Are we going to get everything done today, or are we going to need to hire in somebody to help?
So I believe that we can manage to do that ourselves, because we have
Alright.
not too many stuff to do, so should be fine.
Alrighty.
I only hope that this bloody fog will end soon.
Can't you see?
I can see, but I just don't like that much moisture in an air, you know?
Oh, it's good for the silage.
I'm happy about silage, but I'm not happy about me. Okie dokie. Wait a second, why am I in charge again? I mean, shoot.
For the same reason that my fingers always hit the wrong buttons.
Ah, you wanna say that it's in my nature, are you?
Ah, well, you
No.
did say it.
No, no, that's not true. I'm not
Ah,
that
fuck.
silly.
See, I hit the wrong bloody button again.
Yeah.
Come over here, you son of a bitch.
Definitely got a high spot over here we need to level out. Smooth out. Not level up, smooth out. Around the silage. Keep
Wait
on
a
getting
second,
hung up on it.
Let me finish this line and I'll try to help you with that.
Yeah. It's on the, I guess it would be the north side of the field. The silage pit.
Okay.
No, that's east.
East.
Yeah, right. If you look at my screen, you can see how badly my tires are lifted up.
Wait a second. Let me switch the screen. Uh-huh, I see what you mean. Okay, let me try to deal with that as soon as you move a little bit.
Yeah. I'm on truck. She wants to get stuck right here. There it comes. Good thing I got 4-wheel drive on this truck.
Yeah. All-wheel drives would be also nice, I believe.
Yeah, that's what it is. All-wheel, 4-wheel. Yeah, it's got 6 actually, but 2 axles.
Yeah, but nothing is better than old trusty 4x4 or 6x6 in case of truck. I mean,
Yep.
real big truck.
All right.
Okie
I need to go
dokie.
back to
So
front trailer
that stuff is a
again.
little bit smooth. Come on. Can you please remove that bloody bump? Yes, thank you.
How's the grass cutting going, Arthur?
Yeah, okay. It's cutting grass eventually.
Alec got all that field smoothed out pretty good now. We don't leave too much skip.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
Yep. Okay, when you're back to lodging position,
Take
let
a
me
look and
know
see how she
about
looks.
difference. Yeah, I hope it's fixed just a little bit.
Yeah, it's just needed a little bit on that one side of the ramp there. Smoothed out just a tad bit.
I see what you mean. Okay, wait a second. Let me take a look. Oh. Something real crazy happened here. Come on, you can do that. Yo. Bloody bastard. Oh, that's not better. That's not better at all. Okay, I managed to flatten one side but not the other because somehow game doesn't give me to do that. Don't give me to do that. I don't know why. Something really weird happening there.
Yeah, it looks smoother. I shouldn't be get hung up as easy.
Yep.
Yeah, no big drop off right there. Drive off pretty easy.
There is still some drop, but you know.
Yeah, it's nothing like it was.
To be honest, Farming Simulator has a really poor set of terrain manipulation tools. Yeah, but for our storage, I don't think that there is a much difference. Because that weird stuff on the back of it, it's just
What the?
don't wanna smooth. What happened there, Arthur?
I put it down to cut and it didn't cut. I know what it is. It's a half strip. I see. I know what you're doing. That's all right. I'll leave that till the last cut then, if you're going to play like that.
Okie dokie. Almost finished here with the bloody weeds. So now I'm gonna change to Cup Trader and
what?
be right back.
What's happening here? There's only half a mower working.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Uh,
well, we'll give it.
haven't you
I know what it is.
accidentally
No,
turned your
it's
tractor
all
off?
right. My fat fingers hit the bloody P instead of the V.
I see.
It's all right. It just takes me a few minutes to sort of catch up on what's going on. I have this small problem.
Yep. It feels like
My
a
head
nice
doesn't
idea.
always know what my hands are doing.
Why should it?
Well, you throw my mouth in between that, and then you've really got problems. Any form of multitasking is beyond me.
No, I don't believe so. Because I know that you're able to have a drink, have a smoke, and talk at the same exact moment.
Yeah, but
Aren't
that's
you?
not multitasking. That's staying alive.
No, it's exactly multitasking. Alright.
Let's see if I can stick that in just a little bit further.
Alright, it's time to get a little bit grass from the ground. Saying a little bit, I mean hell bloody lot. Oh. This trailer should be
further.
refilled first. Ouch. I think that we could try to do that grass harvesting in a little bit more realistic manner when we have money. I mean, buy 4H harvester and use it as a pickup to pick the grass directly to, for example, that double trailer that we have.
Yeah, blow it straight in.
Yeah. That's quite interesting thing to do.
And what sort of money are we talking about? You wanted to start a pig farm first, didn't you?
That's about
We have-
350,000 for
Yeah.
one of them harvesters.
We have
yep.
pigs already, so
Do we?
that's kinda... Yep.
Where did they come from?
You bought them.
Did I?
Yeah.
I don't remember that. Fancy me doing a thing like that. I eat pork, I don't grow it.
But, you see... And since you bought the whole capacity of our pig shed, I believe that you're about to actually eat pork, I mean.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
It better be braised pork chops, because I can't eat crunchy bacon anymore.
Why?
It's a bit
bastard.
difficult to eat crunchy
You-
bacon, crispy bacon when you got no teeth.
You poor bastard.
Yep.
Man.
Well,
4 sets
just
of
feel
dentures, and
sorry.
every bottom set has broken down the middle. After paying a couple of $1,000s a set. So I just stopped replacing them after a while. I got tired of spending the money.
Then you have to get yourself an Inuit lady to come and chew it on it for you for a little bit.
Yeah,
And spit it.
there's no crispy in that.
Well,
Even if I sat her over a fire, it still wouldn't be crispy.
that wouldn't be very nice to the Inuit lady either, though. Putting her ass on a fire.
Who said it was going to be her ass? Didn't you know that in Maori culture, that if you're invited to dinner,
You are the
there's
dinner?
a high probability you're going to be the main course?
is it true even
That's it.
currently?
Ah, well, they have what they call a boil-up. Don't ask what goes into it and they won't tell you.
Okay.
But now and again, we do have the odd politician go missing.
Oh, that's not a bad thing,
I don't know.
actually.
Yeah, unfortunately, that might poison them.
Yeah. Well, that's why we add a lot of hoo-ha and potatoes to the pork.
Little long pork, you know.
Yep.
Oh, shit.
All right, should be the last.
Everybody
load of
thought
silage.
the word for white man, Pakeha, meant white ghost. It wasn't. It meant long pig.
This silo will be empty here in a minute. So we can start dumping in here.
Okie dokie. Actually, I could left this trailer for you here and just switch to the second one. Just
Alrighty.
for the sake of saving time.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Oh, shoot. The only fog was not enough. Game decided to give us also rain. Shoot.
Oh, that's all right. Rain won't hurt silage. It helps it ferment.
Why are you so concerned today about bloody silage?
Because it's a good money maker, especially in this quantity.
Alrighty.
Of course, that's on the condition somebody doesn't go and spend it all before we see it.
Yeehaw! Spin around, flip over.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah,
is it
did
some
you?
dirty insinuation
Yeah.
towards me?
No. I just said somebody. I didn't say Alec. I said somebody.
All right. Now I get to, if I can get this back on the ground where it needs to be. Yep. Not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go this.
You know, it
No,
feels
yeah.
like that somebody works really hard to provide you with the best equipment possible, and that's the all appreciation he had. For
Well,
his
of course
hard
that's
job.
very nice. There's only two small things missing.
Huh? What's that?
There's only two small things missing. Only minor things. Nothing problematic. One's
What's
called
that?
food and the other's called booze. We never seem to get any.
There, I knocked it down. The silage elevator here decided it wanted to flip sideways in between the
Oh, that's good.
and hang up in the air and between the walls.
Nice.
I smacked the crap out of it and it decided it wanted to fall back down where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, just ram it a couple of times. If that doesn't work, get a bigger hammer.
All right, now I got to get it back into the silage pile so I can finish offloading.
Wait, what? Oh, I see. Who left a pickup wagon with zero silage additive?
This time
Completely
I've got
dry.
to put my hand up because I forgot to do it last time.
I see. Okay. Actually, we both guilty because I'm not checked that.
You did it as well.
when- Yeah.
See, you set such a good example, I can't resist following.
Of course. Ah, shoot. All right. Ouch.
move this way over here so it doesn't pick up the chaff as we're dumping and get in. Because even if you shut it off, it still wants to do it.
Who placed these bloody shelves in this silly manner? Huh?
I don't know who did that.
Oh, who built the shed?
Excuse me.
Have you
We have
got
some
a
It
call?
was,
heavy
it was a
smoke, eh?
construction company you hired to build the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got some heavy smoke today actually for the last week because of
see.
all the forest fires up in Canada.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and all their smoke drifts down here where I live, so you could actually smell the smoke. A lot of times you can't if they're far enough away. You can't, but yeah, today you can smell the smoke in the air, and you got all the. I go outside and I actually got ash on my vehicles.
I can remember when I was about 12, 13 years old. They had huge bushfires and sandstorms in Australia. That's 1,200 miles away across the Tasman Sea.
Yep.
And we actually got the dust, a lot of the dust from the sandstorm. It was huge. And people were saying they could even smell the smoke mixed in with it.
Yep.
Although I didn't actually experience it myself, but there were reports that people could actually smell the smoke from the bushfires.
That's crazy.
That's when it's bad.
I remember seeing the dust in the air. It was because we don't have any red dust around here,
Yep.
and it was just coming straight across. Well, 1,200 miles across the ocean. That's a big sandstorm.
Yep.
But you know, if we think about that, it's not that surprisingly because last summer we had several sand, I don't know, storms or stuff like that. We sent from the bloody Sahara Desert.
Yep.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
The what do they call it? The Kamsin.
That's unusual though, because that's blowing it north.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, well, yeah, it would be, yeah. It'd be a southerly to take it up there. Well, there was, I saw a geological report a couple of years ago that was surprising. Some geologists in England found some unusual volcanic sediment in England, and they couldn't trace it because that type of the type of rock it was made up from was, you know, never in Europe. It was it was never in England. It was never in Europe, and they couldn't trace it. And about 5 years later, after, you know, talking to all the other geologists around the world, they worked out what it was. It was actually ash sediment from the Taupo eruption, which was a massive super volcano that blew up here and created the lake in the center of the island. And the ash actually drifted from New Zealand to England.
Yeah, it went up in the stratosphere and it just started going around the globe.
Oh yeah, Taupo was one of the biggest super volcanoes to ever erupt.
Yeah, it's something similar happened just years ago when Mount St. Helen popped off here in the United States in Washington State.
Well, they do say that, you know, how big St. Helens was.
Yep.
Taupo was 3 times the size.
Exactly.
It
Yeah,
left the
they're
caldera. It left the caldera, which is now Lake Taupo, which is what was it, 40 kilometers long and 20 kilometers wide.
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, crazy it is.
Yep. I'm gonna have to top off my additive too. No, I'm at 85%. I'm sorry, looking at the wrong gauge.
I refilled that stuff before leaving it to you.
Well, why is it at 85% then if you filled it up?
Because I done one run before. Because
Oh, okay.
I left it actually full with grass.
All right. I'll let you slide this time, but only a little bit. Yeah, I know I don't have access. It's because I'm turning around.
What I was actually about to check when I have time is that we actually had this have this lake or puddle near our base full of water, or it was just because of that mod, I mean realistic weather. That's quite interesting question.
I don't think there's any lakes on this map, is there? I don't think so. I can't remember seeing any.
I did find one, but I'm not sure that it's a real lake, you know, not just some bloody thing.
Yeah.
You're gonna go on this small one, yeah, Cliff?
Yep. Clean up
Alrighty.
this little piece right here.
Alright, in this case, I'm gonna take the next one.
Yep. Looks like that's it for that. Turn around.
That's interesting. It should be all the way along, but okay.
Nope. It was only a little piece right at the one end.
Actually, what do we need? For what was needed that slurry? Aha, for silage additive. We need slurry, water, and digistate. And digistate we can produce.
You're full, by the way. You're full, by the way.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I was in the menu.
Yep.
We can produce it from silage or from the same slurry, so...
Yep. That's what I was going to do. I was going to get the slurry and pick that up and put it in the
yeah, but to do
PGA,
that,
but
you
I
need a
forgot.
slurry tank. So tank is gonna be really tough job.
I thought we had a water tank.
I'm not sure that it's capable to transport slurry. Might be, but might not.
'97. I could almost get that. I'm full. I almost finished that line. Not quite.
Okay, nice.
Dang. freaking smoke a stick today.
Oh, it's those Canadians, you know what they're like. Gentle, polite people.
You know what? Why the Geneva Convention was invented, right?
Yeah, because of the Canadians and their attitude in the First World War.
Exactly.
What they did
Really?
became war crimes. Yep.
Yes.
And what they did?
Somebody decided it'd be a good idea to ask the Canadians, because the First World War was absolutely brutal and neither side could break through. So somebody had the bright idea to ask the Canadians, because they came from such a colonial background and all those Indians they had, to become, like rangers, to go out. And remember, in no man's land in the First World War, you only had to stick your head above the parapet and 40 machine guns opened up at you. So they asked them to go out and see if they could gather intelligence, right? So no man's land was just bomb, shell holes and burnt trees and things like that. It was just a big muddy stretch where people went to die. So the Canadians didn't like that idea. So they thought, well, if you want a prisoner to interrogate, no use pussyfooting around. We'll just take hand axes and maces and tin bully cans full of nails and gunpowder, and we'll just jump in their trench, slaughter everybody, and whatever we've got left we'll bring back for interrogation. And they became the premier scouts on the Western Front. But then people found out how they managed to catch so many prisoners to interrogate. For every one they caught, somebody suggested that for every one they caught and brought back, they absolutely slaughtered 40, 50 or 60 others just to get that one man. And they were very adept at going out in the middle of the night, invading the trenches, totally unseen. They painted their faces black and they wore dark clothing and things like that. And generally broke all the sporting rules of war that the British thought they should have lived by. So
what a
then
nice people they were.
Yeah.
They believed in total war.
Oh yeah, war.
I
War
see.
meant that there was only one side was going to win. That's how they thought. You don't pussyfoot around and make deals and hug trees and all that sort of thing. You want war, you get total war. Either there's none of you left or there's none of us left. And it scared the bejesus out of the Germans. So at the end of the war, the Germans complained about the brutal tactics and they then became war crimes. But as the saying goes, the first time is never a war crime.
Yeah. That's why they tried to outlaw shotguns during World War One and Two as a trench, that's why they call them trench guns.
That was another one, the shotguns.
But as far as I remember, Germans were the party who start use that combat gases.
Oh yeah.
Mustard gas.
So
gas,
it's not kinda the party who should complain about anything, I believe.
Complain about it, no. There were thousands of men who were, their whole lives were destroyed through that, apart from the ones who actually died. But even those who survived were so crippled, and damaged that they led miserable lives.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't my time, but I had a great uncle who was in the First World War. He was in Flanders, I think it was. And he came back shell-shocked, which in those days, anybody who was what today they would call shell-shocked, or what they call it, excessive PTSD now, but it's the same thing. And he was like, he could operate, you know, but he was just a total mess. He spent more time in hospitals than he ever did outside them. It just completely destroyed him mentally and physically. But in those days, anybody who they suggested had shell shock, it was quite common for them to be called cowards and shot.
Seriously?
Oh yes, that happened quite often. Well, not quite often, but you know, these were soldiers who'd been on the front line through bombardments, bayonet attacks and things like this, and they just got to the stage where they just could not take any more, and they were, you know, mentally and physically totally destroyed. Because in those days, the French and the British officers were normally, like especially the first couple of years of the war, they were all virtually aristocracy, right? And they thought that any man who couldn't face the guns was a coward. And cowards got shot, right, for cowardice. Of course, none of them were ever lined up against the wall. They all sat 40 miles from the bloody front lines. Very few of them ever went up there. It wasn't until the last couple of years, I think from about mid-1916 or early 1917, that they were so short of officers that they started promoting the other ranks, you know, the junior ranks, that showed ability to lead. But in the First World War is the highest ever recorded death rate between first and second lieutenants. Right? Because they led their men over the top and they were dead before they'd gone 10 yards. And of course they had the lead, which meant they were in front. So they took the first bullets, as it were. When you have a look at the first day of the Battle of the Somme, Britain lost 60,000 men in the first day.
By the way, speaking about German nice tradition of using battle gases, have you ever heard about Zarine?
The what?
Zarine gas.
Oh, sarin gas, yeah.
Yeah. So, actually, all my friends from actual front line saying that Russia accepted that beautiful German tradition to use that bloody crap all the way around.
Yeah, so I've heard, yeah. Yeah, so I've heard they've been using it. Well, I mean, they've broken all the rules of war already, so, you know, to them it wouldn't make any difference.
Absolutely.
The trouble is the rest of the Western world is still too busy fucking talking. They can't see what's right in front of them. This is what happens when you have politicians running a war. They'd never fight it themselves. They send young men to fight it in their place. I mean, this is the only reason most of the people admire Zelensky. It's because he's walking around. They see him in the front lines. They see him walking around. Okay, so he has bodyguards. Well, why wouldn't he? I mean, how many times have they tried to kill him already? And he's still out there in the streets. I mean, that was his statement at the beginning of the war is one of the greatest, what do you call them? Oh shit! I just lost my train of thought again.
Yeah, goldfish.
Churchillian, I suppose you could. Yeah. Oh fuck. One of the greatest Churchillian or Churchill speeches ever given. You know, I don't want a ride, I want ammunition. I mean, how blatant and bold was that?
Yeah, but about showing on the street, it's not quite true, to be honest, because we all seen
Well,
that
I mean,
half the bloody city restricted when the president arrives, and that's kinda typical.
but the thing is, he is seen outside and he is seen moving around, right? And while he may be 5 miles or 5 kilometers behind the front lines in a bunker with officers and what have you, the fact is, how often has Putin left his bloody bunker at all?
Well,
See, the other thing that everybody forgets is that Ukraine was, during the Second World War, Ukraine was fully occupied by the Germans.
that's
and over
true.
half of them were still fighting,
Yep.
right? Like, what was it in actual figures from the actual fighting against Germans
Yep.
in the Second World War? The Ukrainians lost more men than the Russians.
Yeah, that's actually pretty funny that Russians so proud of their great
Yeah.
defense of Moscow, and nobody says that actually 80% of German forces were kind of converted to
Ukraine.
the meat in Ukraine. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
but who
A lot
cares?
of, yeah, a lot of people don't realize that. I mean, Russia picked on the one people they should stay well clear of. And right throughout history, throughout the last 2,000 years of history, all it takes is to look back how many times the little guy has absolutely demolished the big guy. When they've been put in a position where they've got no alternative, it's like they say, 4 cats will die before they get the rat in the corner.
The thing is that it's unfortunate for us, but fortunate for Europe, that we are standing between Russia and Europe.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
So
And I think I was reading a report earlier today, there's a suspicion that because he's taking such a hammering in Ukraine, and regardless of what others say, I still believe that he's losing. He just doesn't know it yet.
you
Right.
know,
Some of his officers may be aware of it, but he doesn't know for certain that he's actually losing. Although he must have a pretty good suspicion, but how often do they lie to him? The thing is that his next move, I would think, is probably going to try and distract everybody by having a go at either Lithuania or Estonia or something like that. Start another front over there, because he's getting his ass handed to him in Ukraine.
that would be a really stupid decision of him.
Of course,
because
but he may think he's invincible because the people, remember, there's only about 5 people that are allowed in the same room as him most of the time to report to him. and they'll tell him anything to keep their bloody power in their position. So if they convince him that he's winning massively, right, he's not getting the small details, he's only getting the overview. And if he thinks he's winning and it's such a success, then he'll take the bull by the horns. I mean, what has he got? 20-something thousand men on the Estonian border at the moment. Plus, they've got Kaliningrad behind them.
Yep.
Which, God help Kaliningrad if they decide to make a move. Because somebody wants Königsberg back.
Kinda.
Then he had to put a whole bunch of troops on the Finnish border too.
Oh yeah, he's sent another, what was it, 30,000 or something to Finland, didn't he? On the Finnish border.
Yeah, because Poland just gave Finland a crap load of HIMARS and everything else.
That's right.
Yep. But compared
and
to
that's another country I wouldn't want to try and kick in the ass either.
Yeah, but compared to almost 1.8 millions involved in war in Ukraine, it's kind of almost nothing.
Yep. Oh yeah, true. The thing is, their 1.8 million in Ukraine are not soldiers. I mean, Christ, most of them are either conscripts or paid mercenaries with what, 2 weeks training?
That's not quite true,
training?
You know, because all this mass losses that they have currently is actually these new recruits who have few to no training
experience.
But but the most of their army who are not used in that suicidal attacks, they're actually veterans with several years behind their back. So it's not that simple to be unfortunately.
Oh no, I'm not saying it is simple, but the ratio, I mean, okay, you say, what was it, 1.2 million or something?
1.8, if I'm not mistaken. That was
1.8 million.
Yeah.
And in the latest reports, they've already lost over 1 million casualties. That's dead and wounded off the battlefield.
Yep.
So yeah, a lot of that million was experienced troops.
Yep, but experienced
because
troops.
Many of them fell at the beginning of the war, and were then bolstered.
Yeah, exactly.
By the other thing is the doctrine, right? Ukraine was for a number of years was training with NATO troops, right, or being trained by them.
No.
And
that never was before 2014, and we had some really. Yeah, but before that, we really had some really small contingent of troops who was involved in all these operations to support US and other countries, all our
and
allies.
United Nations.
Yeah. All our
Ukraine
allies
troops were in the United Nations as well.
Yeah, but
So,
that was a really small group, you know, not a massive.
but even so, it only takes one good man to become good enough to be an instructor, to be able to teach 1,000 others. That's the advantage of it.
You
right?
place
You don't need
insult.
1,000 instructors to teach 1,000 men.
You place insult on my wound, because our that requires not only one trained man, that requires actually a kind of political or command will to do that. And that
yeah,
stuff
of course.
we lack massively, you know?
Yeah, but they've made up for it fairly bloody quickly, haven't they? I mean,
Well,
you've got a select number of officers who are fighting a 2030 war version against Russia that is fighting a 1980 war version. Right? And admittedly, maybe not all officers are the best ones. Some of them still have hangovers from the USSR and things like that. But you have enough new young officers that have either gained experience overseas or have learnt through trial and error that 1920 or 1995 tactics don't work when you've got drones overhead. I mean, Christ, Ukraine today is acknowledged worldwide as the leaders in drone warfare. There's nobody
That's
even
true.
comes close to Ukraine.
That's true.
Right?
But not because of officers.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
no, I mean, but this is it. It's not just like you need people like, say, Bodanov, right? Very cool. Like, he's no slouch for what he's been able to accomplish with the other
wait a
officers in
second.
planning.
I need to translate for this crap that I am about to pronounce. Yeah, we have that kind of cast of officers.
Yeah.
They named regular officers. And that bloody bastards believe that they are untouchable in any meaning. And we have a lot of young regular officers, that's true, but because of their kind of attitude, in most cases, you should just recall that counteroffensive that we had a few years ago. It was a complete disaster exactly because of these bloody officers. And we had a lot of sergeants and lower level officers who said that loudly. And you know what? Nothing changed so far. We still have that bloody cast, and nobody give a shit about that. So, yeah. About rapid changes, I disagree.
Well, the thing is, it's you look at the advancements and the changes that Ukraine has made compared to what the Russians have done. Russia holds less territory. Russia holds a lot less territory now after 3 years of war than what they did at the beginning of the war in 2022.
Yep. But
so somewhere along, what about the offensive in 2022 when they retook, what was it, 2/3 of the or 3/4 of the land back in one massive push over only a month and a half, 2 months?
Yeah, I have
somebody had to plan that, and somebody had to have the brains and knowledge to know how to plan it.
I have a friend who was involved in both of these operations, and he's actually a major sergeant, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not very good in ranks, but he told me that both of these successes on these operations was the pure luck. most luck with Kharkiv Oblast and less luck with Kherson Oblast, but it was a pure luck because Russians just wasn't ready for that silly attacks.
Okay, so who decided to make silly attacks at the, whether it's the right time
well,
or the wrong time, but at the right time
was-
to catch the Russians asleep?
You know, that was a pretty strange. I believe I can share that story because it was long ago, and I'm not about to call any names or things like that. But
Yep.
he told me this story that it was from Kharkiv Oblast, and they actually kind of tried to defend one breach. And eventually they seen that it's impossible for them to defend it further. So they send a message to artillery to be prepared to have a massive strike on this breach. It was at evening. They was about to kind of make all needed preparations and move from that position at morning, and artillery should make a strike at morning at that breach. The problem is that there was a whisper in several young groups of infantries around, and at midnight they find out that most of their reinforcements actually flee. So they was a little bit pissed off, and Russians actually seen that, so they tried to push even harder. And he survived just by miracle, because when they tried to defend as they can that bloody breach, artillery made strike. You might heard about this situation because that was showed as a great success, because a lot of Russian infantry and equipment was burned down on that breach and near it. But what nobody told about that is that there actually was our guys on the other end of this breach. And that's kind of this situation, how we win all this, about almost all the wins of us on this war. It's not because of some genius commands, you know, it's just about silly braveness of our troops in most cases.
Well, that's quite often, as they say, it's the fighting's done on the front line, the bullshit's done at the back.
Kinda.
Oh yeah. And the thing is that luck is 2/3 of the battle.
Seems like that, and that really hard to...
Always has been. Okay, here's an example for you. Battle of Waterloo. Right?
Yeah.
Now, Napoleon outnumbered the British, I think it was 5-1, right? He was one of the greatest military tacticians in history. There's no doubt about it. He was a brilliant man. And he was also very adventurous. And yet, the British won. Why? I mean, they were so close to collapsing. They were almost overrun when he finally sent in the guards, right, which is the old guard, as they used to call it. The British were almost done. They had nothing left. And Hang on, let me just get this sorted out.
Key.
And the only reason the British eventually won was that the Austrians appeared, right? And they'd just had their asses handed to them on a silver plate, but they'd promised the British that they would be there in time for the battle. Even though they were an hour late, they made it just when they were needed most. And that's the only reason that the Allies won the Battle of Waterloo. And what it was sheer luck. Right?
Shoot.
The whole lot was total luck, because the Austrians had been held up. They were being chased by some of Napoleon's troops.
Sorry, Arthur. I hate to interrupt you, but I need a friendly push here. I'm stuck.
Okay, let me just finish watching this so I don't have to do it later. So most of it was just luck. I mean, okay, fair enough. Old Wellesley, or the Duke of Wellington, yeah, he was a good tactician. He was also an arrogant prick, right? And he was like, he would hang an infantryman for
Wait a second.
For any little reason. He was a brutal son of a bitch, but his men loved him because he won the fights. Right?
Yep.
No other reason.
Thank you, Cliff.
But he also knew that his men, because he trained them so well, he knew they would always stand and fight, right?
Yep.
Because they also knew that if they ran, they were dead anyway, because he'd hang them. Right? He'd have no compunction doing it. So it wasn't always what people believed. Was he a genius? Yes. In some ways. As Napoleon was reputed to have said, Wellington was the only general in the British Army that could win a fight by sitting on his ass.
Yeah, I know what you talk about, and you know what? Let me empty this trailer and have a quick break.
Yeah.
And then I'll try to save my thought that I wanted to share with you, and yeah, do that when I'm back.
Stuck?
No. Cliff already helped me, so no worries. Never mind.
Okay. What have we got now?
Stop here, and we need to unload the second silo. I believe it should be fermented already. Or you can just grab my tractor and continue picking up grass, and when I'm back, I will do that unloading silo. I mean, so
I'll do the silage now because I want to.
Okay.
Need somebody to check and see if that tanker will hold slurry, so we can get that moved over too.
Let me do that real quick before getting there. No, our current tanker is not capable to move slurry. What about actually? No, there is nothing also. So, how cheap
It won't
we
take
can
nothing
go?
big.
Yeah.
We only need something with 8,000 liters or less.
Where that should be? Hacking stuff. Barrels,
Oh,
no.
shit. I've lost my connection again.
What? That's quite strange. And oh, this time game's not crashed, so it was just a connection stuff. Okay, slurry tankers. Well, the cheapest one is 31,000. So I believe we can actually afford it. Okay, we'll
Not by
set up
much.
standard. Yep, but you know, at least something. Okay, so should I buy it right now?
Yeah, might as well. But we're going to need to probably take a load of silage over and get rid of it just to give us some cash for repairs and stuff.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see that later. Okay, I'll be back in a minute, I believe, or so.
Okay.
It's
Cup of tea.
You must be sinking back in, Arthur. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
I thought I'd have time to finish rolling me smoke.
Go ahead, take one, man.
Oh, I'm just
Take
about
a few
finished.
minutes. Take your time. I can keep on plugging away on the silage here.
Oh, well, that's good for you. I thought I started that engine.
I noticed along the side of the bunker here that the silage was coming out, or the chaff, but now it's not.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was bleeding through, but now it seems like it stopped. Then I saw that they must have taken out one of the mods I was using because I can't do it anymore. I go along, when I cultivate the field, I'd go around behind myself with my rock picker, even though it wasn't mine. And, you know, I had that mod where I could pick up stones and stuff, and I can't do it anymore, so they must have pulled that mod. Yeah, I got to park that beast away from the bunkers because it keeps on wanting to collect up the chaff, even when it's shut off.
I got one of these to use on the on my solo game.
Yeah.
And do you think I could get the bloody thing to work? I could. I don't know what it was. It just didn't work right. Didn't matter what I did. You're coming in this end. I'll go down the other end.
That's all right. I'm just.
Yeah, it was a real bloody pain in the ass trying to. Will you be able to get under it? Will you?
Oh yeah, not a problem. I'm just packing this down so Alec doesn't get stuck again.
Ah.
Yeah. It's weird that the chaff is popping out the side of the bunker here. I got it collapsed down some too, so you'll have to extend it all the way out.
Why can't I?
I wish the mower would dump these swaths a little bit tighter than they do.
Yeah. I can't. Oh, it's only 92% fermented. That's why I can't, buddy.
Yep. Not ready yet then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that was a waste of time. It's another day before that's ready.
No, it'll be ready before we get done today.
Think so?
They should
Oh,
be-
well, I'll leave the truck here for loading then.
Yep. We got the tanker sitting over there that needs to be picked up at the store
Okay.
for to haul slurry. It's going to take game time. It's going to probably take another 2 hours before it's ready.
Yep.
By 2 o'clock game time. Because it was at 84% or something like that when I looked, or 86% when we first started.
92 now.
Okie dokie, I managed to be back.
Arthur says the silage is not ready yet. It's only 92%.
Ah, I see. Okay,
She's running over to get the tanker.
I see. So Arthur, you decided to do how can I say it? Nice job to cleaning the shit after our peaks.
Oh, you mean a crap run? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah, about South that I actually managed to not forget. You know, what you say about this general is totally understandable for me because, you know, when President Trump claimed that Zelensky is a dictator, he wasn't completely wrong despite all the noise around this claim. Because, you know, we have not a dictatorship yet, but pretty authoritarian regime here now. And despite a lot of people believe that it's good seen during the war, I can't agree with that because it leads to a lot of micromanagement that's not good in terms of efficiency. Because we have only one person. Let me finish, please. Because currently we have only one person who decides everything, literally everything in the country. So, yeah.
Okay. Second World War.
Yep.
They had one person in charge during the Second World War for England.
Yeah, I
Right.
know.
And he was also micromanaging everything. And that's the only reason they won, because during a war, you don't have time to have 6-week debates on whether the men should get ice cream or not. Right? So Ukraine's in the same situation. Now, the only proof in the pudding will be at the end of it, where he said that he is quite, like, your own constitution says that they can't hold elections in a time of war.
That's true.
Right? So he's got no alternative, really. And the only way the country will survive is if one man makes the decisions. Remember, at the end of the war, whatever has gone wrong he's the one that's going to be held responsible, and that will
Yeah,
relate to the votes on the first election. Now,
that's true.
if he worked against the people and against the Constitution and refused to hang on, where do I fill this? Oh, it's round the other side, is it, or here?
Probably on the other side.
Right, yeah, I was just looking at that. Then, by all means, he's holding power illegally and as a dictator. So, yeah, I would agree with that.
I'm not saying that we have options, but Churchill was actually elected during the war. War started. When war started, he wasn't in charge.
That's right, because everybody in the country knew that what's his bloody name? Old Peace in Our Time was, well, to put it basically, he was a friggin' coward, right? Because he wanted to appease Hitler rather than say, oi, get your bloody boots out of Poland, right? The difference was that Churchill is an ex-soldier, right? He's an ex-serviceman. They needed somebody with an understanding of military matters. Even though he fucked up at Gallipoli in the First World War, the fact was he had a military experience, which is what, whereabouts does this get dumped? Which is
right
what
in the middle.
England needed. Oh, the same place as the others, okay.
Right.
Which is what they needed. They needed somebody who, shit. Stop doing that. I keep hitting the wrong button each time. Which is what England needed. They needed somebody who would say, right, do this, do that, do something else. Had, this is where my memory lets me down. Had the other idiots still been in power, they would have lost easily in the first couple of months. Right? There would have been no war because there would have been no Britain.
Yeah.
Well, they also had a lot of collaborators in the cabinet
Oh yeah, shit yeah.
when they first started out, and they all got weeded out and told to either walk away or become dead.
Yep. Well, one of them, the most famous one, was the one they called Lord Haw, who turned to doing propaganda for the Germans.
Yep.
And of course, at the end of the war, he was had his neck stretched a little. But yeah, he's got no option according to your own constitution. Right?
That's not quite true.
And
he has.
Well, the thing was, he was still.
Let me explain.
He was still the elected president when the war started.
That's
and once
true.
it started, your constitution states that you can't hold another election.
Nope.
Until the war's over.
Nope. Our constitution doesn't say that. Our constitution says that there might be extended term for parliament, not for president. You see the difference? But I'm not about to argue about his options, because really there is no chance to do elections right now while we in the middle of the war and bloody third of our country captured, occupied. So yeah, he can't. We just can't afford elections right now. It's just impossible. So there is no doubts. He has no options. That's true. But is that anti-constitutional? It is.
Well, a constitution's only as good as the paper it's written on.
Well, you know,
Okay, ask
if
Cliff about the American Constitution, and look
What's
what they're
wrong
having to go
with-
through at the moment.
wait a second, what's wrong with American Constitution? I believe it's in a nice shape, isn't
It's
it?
being torn to pieces and completely ignored. There are quite a number who are trying to hold it together, but there's also quite a number who are tearing it to shreds.
You see, as far as I
And
know,
totally
and
ignoring
maybe, and maybe Cliff will say that I'm wrong, because I pretty limited in my knowledge about U.S. Constitution. But as far as I know, as far as I learned, a lot of things are not strict in U.S. Constitution, and so far, no of these points were broken. Now, Cliff, tell me, please, am I wrong or?
Technically, you're not.
Yeah.
They've been stretched really badly,
Yeah,
but they've not been broken.
that's what I
It
mean.
depends
What
on
about-
what side of the aisle you
What
want to be
about
on,
the
left.
use? What about the use of serving troops in on civilian, like against civilians?
The thing is that they were not used against civilians. They were used on a U.S. territory, but not against civilians. This is the difference, you know? So, as Cliff said, it's in a rules of Constitution. So,
Okay, if
as well
you
as
see it that way,
all other
fine.
stuff,
But
as well as
what about the fact? What about the fact that the federal government ordered troops into Los Angeles, whereas only the state governor can request them, and they did it without his request.
yep.
Actually,
and-
the Constitution allows the president to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah, but only if they're under an invasion.
no.
A foreign invasion. They're not being invaded
Nope.
by a foreign
Nope.
power.
No,
Actually not.
There is stipulations.
Yeah.
The president,
I
there
think
are
they.
stipulations that says the president can use federal troops to restore order
Yep.
underneath the
No,
Constitution.
I'm talking about the Home Guard. Your National
Yeah.
Guard.
Yeah.
He sent them
And
in.
again,
without authority
the
and without a
Constitution gives
request.
the president the authority to do that.
Yep. You know, the thing is that there was a lot of cases previously when presidents actually not do that because state government says no. But it was their free will. It wasn't about constitution. You know?
Yeah, and it's already gone to the Supreme Court here in the United States.
Yep.
Yeah,
The president
well,
does have
that's
the
what I
authority
said,
to do
though, but
this.
The states didn't request the assistance.
Yeah, but
Of
it's
the
already gone
National
through
Guard.
the Supreme Court of the United States, and the Supreme Court of the United States has said that the president does have the authority to do it.
Yep.
Uh-huh. And who holds the majority in the Supreme Court?
You would be amazed at how much waffling goes on in the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. They've got to hang on
There
to
is
the
a
whole
lot
bill.
of waffling
They're
that goes on
actually
in the
placed
Supreme
there for life, aren't they, in theory?
In theory, yes. Man, they waffle back and forth so hard that, to me, I'm what is considered here in the United States a constitutional conservative.
Yeah.
I don't think there should be anything other laws but what's in the Constitution.
Yep.
And some of them judges that I thought were conservative are going what I believe was how the Constitution was written.
Yep.
And And yeah, like I said, they waffle back and forth. None of them follow the exact law and how they interpret it the way they want to read it. And it's
That's the problem.
going to be that way for every court, every law. But
It's
this
interpretation
Supreme
that-
Court has said that so far, everything the president has done and has been constitutional.
Yep.
And where they, the lower courts, which
Deportation without representation.
If you
they have representation.
speaking about due process, then yep, that thing also. It is like a rule of thumb.
Sounds more and more like Russia every day. Grab them off the streets, throw them in a car, take them interstate, and get rid of them before anyone finds out.
Yep, exactly. So there
a lot
was
of
a rule of
them-
thumb.
if you're talking about the illegal immigrants, they're not undocumented. They're illegal immigrants. If you're talking about those people, most of them have already been adjudged by a court to be here illegally and should be deported.
Yeah.
Oh,
What about the ones that are there legally?
The ones that are here legally are staying here. I have not
And
yet
have been
seen one that has
deported.
been deported.
Look how long it took to get that guy back. What was his name? Gonzalez?
And he was illegal. He was here illegally. I don't care. The Massachusetts man or whatever you're talking about, he was here illegally. He was already adjudged and told to be removed from the country.
Wasn't he documented? That's the
No.
reports I saw. That he
No,
was,
he was here
documented
illegally.
and married to an American
And
citizen.
the courts have already said that he was supposed to be removed. But because of Biden, he wasn't. He was still judged by a judgment that he was supposed to be removed from the United States.
Okay, you probably know better because you live in there, but as far as I seen information about that, in this particular case, Arthur technically right, because this guy not only was married on some American woman.
It doesn't matter if he was married here in the United States.
That's but that's
he had a prior judgment against him from a judge, actually
Yeah.
two different judges, saying that he was
Yeah.
to be removed.
That's true, but since that moment when he was judged, he had green card, I believe. It was about green
Nope,
card.
he did not have a green card.
Okay, it's kind of tough
So
for me to
if,
argue here, but all information that I've seen that he actually had official documents to be in US legally currently, not at the moment when he was kind of processed. And this actually why Constitutional Court, I believe, in US stated that he should be returned back to US because he was illegally.
You got that wrong too.
Yeah.
Officially, they did not say he had to be returned.
Okay.
They were there again. The wording of that was so wishy-washy, it could be read either way. They said nothing about he had to be returned.
But what they
If
say?
you listen to the people on the right, they say no. They didn't say that. They said this. But if you listen to the people on the left, say, oh, well, yeah, they did say he has to be returned. No, they did not.
I'm not talking about any people from right or the left. I heard. I listened to recording of
The news.
No,
News.
not the news. Not the news. Not
Well,
the news.
under those rules, Melania Trump is an illegal alien, according to what I saw the report on. Why isn't she deported?
She's not an illegal alien.
Well, she entered the United States under
She
false
was here in the United
pretenses,
States
from
on
what they said.
visas. She went back to her home country to renew her visas, came back to the United States, worked on getting her green card, went back home to renew her visas, come back to the United States, continued to renew her visas and work on getting her green card, got her green card, became a legal green card holder and resident of the United States.
Wasn't there dispute about the fact that she was working without a green card and without a work visa? And that's what made her illegal?
I've never heard that.
Oh, well, there was a couple of reports done on that.
The guy who
Again,
really...
Then again, I mean, you know, we can
These
only
reports you're referring
by
to,
what
though,
we see.
who wrote them? Who wrote those reports? Was it
It
left-leaning
was on-
media? Right-leaning media? I don't
yeah,
listen to the media
Fox
no more
News, I
because
think it
they're
was.
both full of bullshit.
Yeah, well, the report I saw, I had to see online that it was a report.
Yeah, but
from
who
Fox
wrote the
News,
report?
I think it was.
Who wrote the report?
I
Is it
don't know who
left-leaning
wrote
media
it, but it
or
was
right-leaning media?
reported. It was reported in on Fox News. So whoever they worked for is whoever it came from.
Fox News is left-leaning media nowadays. They seem to be right, but they're not.
Seriously?
The owners of the company, yes, the Fox News
Wait
is
a
now
second.
owned by Murdoch's son, the original
Yeah.
owner. His son now owns it, and Murdoch
Oh,
was
right, old
right-leaning.
Rupert, yeah.
He was very right-leaning. His son
Yeah.
is damn near a communist in a lot of people's eyes
Oh yeah.
But I saw
because
that...
he's gone so far left it's unbelievable.
But I saw that President Trump actually has a vast chunk of shares of Fox News.
Oh, everybody's
Hasn't
got
he?
chunks of Fox News. Everybody's got chunks of Fox News.
Yeah, but
They make good money.
yeah, but the thing is not about just about shares. You know, when you're a majoritarian investor, you have rights to actually kind of make decisions about a lot of things.
Yeah, well, tell that to Disney Corp. They don't listen to their investors at all. That's why they have lost. What was it? Almost $4 billion in freaking stock value.
Ah, yeah. Investors don't like when somebody don't listen to them.
Exactly. All right,
Okay,
I'm not
where are
talking no
we
more
up- where are we up
politics.
to
I'm
now?
playing games here. I'm getting mad. That's the reason why I stopped. This is the reason why I stopped watching the news. I got off a lot of
Sorry,
platforms. I
Cliff.
don't go on no more.
Sorry, Cliff,
just-
we've got you there. Heard, yeah.
That's all right. I'll send you a couple of bones over. You can chew on them.
Please. No, really, I feel so much better that I don't follow the news no more because both sides are so corrupt.
Oh,
Left and the right are corrupt as
That-
shit.
that's true of any politician. That's
Yep.
That's why they become politicians.
Yep. But that's the reason why I don't follow it no more. I got so angry is getting me. I was damn near killing myself. High blood pressure, anxiety. It says enough is enough, and I quit. I took myself off on Facebook. I took myself off in 4 or 5 different platforms. One of them I was permanently banned on.
Were you?
Yep. So
Oh.
yeah, I just quit.
By the way, Arthur, I solved my problem with bloody Windows updates on Windows 11. And you know what
Did you?
fancy way I find to do that?
What's that? How did you work it
These bloody bastards, I mean Microsoft, applied some weird security policies to my own PC. So I get my yeah, I get my hands dirty and removed all the bloody policies, which eventually lead me to my account was blocked by Microsoft. And they said, "Yeah, you break our rules, so no more account for you, no more updates for you, something like that." Well, I said, okay.
Is there anything left over to pick up?
Nope. The field is clean.
All right, I'm gonna clean up the ends here and get it all put into the.
Sounds good.
Yep. I think it's mostly packed except for what you just put in.
So what you did you tell them to all go and screw themselves or what?
Well, I tried, but bloody AI in their chat and phone line don't wanna go fuck himself. I don't know why.
Yeah, bastards.
So
I was...
you changed to Linux, did you?
No, why? It works. Just don't receiving any updates and don't bothering me each time trying to say, "Oh, you should log into our server now."
Oh.
Because it still sees that previous accounts that was locked, and just when it tries to go to Microsoft servers, it receives answers that account is blocked. So it's just okay, whatever, what I can do. Perfect situation.
That's the reason why I'm not changing to Windows 11.
Yeah, it's perfect situation.
I'm just going to stay with Windows 10, and I don't care if there's updates or not. I'm not going to be alive long enough for it to make a fucking difference.
The only thing that pisses me off, to be honest, is that I paid for this bloody Windows.
Oh.
And it feels like I should be in command of everything that's going on my PC.
That happens good. Yes,
yeah.
I agree with you. That's my biggest bitch about it.
Yep.
Is that
actually,
since I bought the computer, it had Windows 10, which I didn't really want, but I accepted in the end. But then they just started taking over my computer to put shit in it that I didn't want.
Actually,
you own nothing and be happy about it.
Yep.
Fuck that shit.
Exactly. Yeah, that's very true, Cliff. It seems to be their attitude. Screw you. I don't care if you paid us fucking hundreds of dollars.
All you're doing is paying for a temporary license for it nowadays. That's all you are doing.
They can go fuck themselves with that policy.
Yeah. I mean, they know damn well that there was more idiots like me who are semi-computer literate and don't understand a thing about bloody, what do you call it, you know, what Alex does, what do you call it, coding, right?
Yeah.
So we don't have a clue about coding and stuff like that. We just know how to use a keyboard and a mouse, and that's it. So they're having a bloody field day. Nobody knows what sort of shit's on their computer that shouldn't be there, or is to their advantage.
Well,
that's what pisses me off.
You see, there is my generation who kinda share your values, and I did my best to share these values to my daughter and to her generation.
Yep.
So when some bloody teacher in bloody school told us that, oh, sign this document because we're gonna gather all the phones at the beginning of the lesson because your children actually distracted by these phones. We told,
That's a load of crap.
you know, phone of our daughter is her private property. So go
Yep.
fuck yourself with these documents.
Yep, that's it exactly. They can have a. The way I look, like when I went to school, we didn't have all this problem. I mean, we didn't even have fucking calculators in those days. We
No. You already prepared.
Yep. I mean, we were still using bloody slates and chalk and stuff like that.
Yep. I know what you're talking about. But anyways, you know, I mean, I totally understand that children might be distracted by anything, literally anything, during the classes, especially if these classes are really boring. So, but it doesn't mean that some bloody bitch could took the private property from my children.
Yeah, well, that's
No
that's
way.
just theft. That is.
Yeah. All they
are
can
we
do
selling
is
this,
to.
or are we hanging on to it?
I believe that we decided to sell it, but
Might need to sell a
Cliff.
couple loads anyway, just so we get some cash.
Yeah.
okay, let's do that.
Okie dokie.
Ouch. Heavy stuff. And sleepy floor. Alrighty, student assist. Let's go. Nope. Not this way.
Yeah, that's a little bit fucking rude doing that to kids.
They're doing it
I
here in
mean,
the States nowadays.
it's
too.
not that hard. I don't know what sort of classrooms they have out nowadays, but when I went to school, we had a desk, and you put all your books and everything inside the desk and closed the lid.
Yep.
So if you needed to get anything, you had to lift the lid up to get it, and the teacher could spot it a mile away.
Yep.
Also, I think they, on purpose, I think they never oiled the hinges. So if you have the same sort of desk, why not just tell the kids, okay, everybody, phones inside the bloody desk, close the desk, and that's it. No? But to actually take something that something private that belongs to someone else, that's just theft. Regardless
Yep.
of bloody the rules you have at school, it's still theft.
And
It doesn't belong to you.
And more importantly for me is that it's actually breaks the rules in a constitution, in our own constitution. And in this case,
Yeah.
I'm totally on a cliff side about that there should be the rules that nobody should break. Because otherwise we become enemies, animals again.
Yep.
Well, yeah. So the best they can do about, for example, my daughter being distracted by her phone is to complain to me. Nothing
Yep.
else.
Well, that I would agree with.
Yep.
Mind you, there are certain places where, what is it? Start on oh, it doesn't make any difference.
Yeah.
But there are places where nowadays, with social media, the kids are becoming so bloody entitled that they think they have a right to everything. You know, I mean, there does have to be some basic rules, but actually
I need to
taking
push.
something that belongs to someone else,
On my way.
no, that's theft.
Yep.
I mean, if the kid wants to argue about it, you can always say, well, okay, fine. You don't want to, our rules state that you're not to use your phone in class. you insist on using it, then you can sit outside or go to the headmaster's office.
Yeah, you got stuck?
Nope.
Yeah.
Almost.
I'm fine.
All right.
Okie dokie.
Or go and sit in the corridor until the lesson's over.
There we go. I'm going.
And we'll just fail you in this class.
Yeah, that they can do because, you know, it's kind of school and it has its own rules, and I'm fine with that. But don't bloody touch my children stuff.
Something that doesn't belong to you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Mind you,
That's the
kids
whole
today
thing.
have got it soft anyway.
Yep.
If we even looked at the teacher the wrong way, we got 6 straps or 6 cane. You had to go before the headmaster if it was in secondary school, which is, I think, what do you call it? High schools, I think you call it, Cliff. We call them college, because to us, your college is our university.
Yeah, well, we got universities too. It's just different levels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we have primary school, which is where kids first start, is primary school,
well.
which you call grade school, don't you, from memory?
Yeah, we got elementary, you got kindergartner, which is your first year of school.
Yep,
And then
kindergarten,
You got, elementary, which is...
well, that's our primary school.
Yep, that is generally your first, it'd be, first grade through 8th grade. Then you got junior high, which is 9th and 10th. Then you got senior high school, which is 11th and 12th.
Yeah.
So 13 total years of school.
Too much. But yeah, if in primary school we'd get the strap, which was like a barber's strop, you know, that they used to sharpen their razors on.
Yep.
And you had to hold your hand out, and she'd give you 3 on one hand and 3 on the other. When you got to secondary school or college, then you had to go in front of the headmaster and bend over the bloody desk, and he'd give you 6 on the arse with a cane.
Fortunately, this time's over.
Yeah, perhaps they should bring it back if you're looking at some of the little shits that are on the streets today.
Yep. Ain't that the truth?
But then, of course, we also, when you went to secondary school, there was always at least, always at least 1 day a week was set aside for military cadets. You had to do cadet training.
Mm-hmm.
I think ours was on a Wednesday. We'd spend after lunch to the end of school, which was about 3 hours, I think it was, 2 to 3 hours, I can't remember it exactly. We would be in cadet training. So we received military training as well while at school. And then when you turned 20, you would be called up for national service. If you didn't do national service, in the early days, if you didn't do national service, you didn't get a passport. You couldn't travel overseas.
I see.
They changed that later on, but in the early days, that's what happened.
I see.
So you either helped to serve the country, right, and your reward was the ability to travel anywhere at any time.
Yep.
But in between that, we also had military service, which we called the territorials. And you could join that when you were 18. In theory. But a hell of a lot of guys came out of college. After a couple of years, they might be 16 or 17, they would join the territorial and just lie about their age. Nobody would question it.
Yeah.
And then The worst part was that half the time they would do say territorial service. They might be in there for 2 or 3 years. Then, because the minimum term for territorials was signing up for 3 years.
Yep.
And you get discharged from territorials, by then you're almost 21, and guess what happens? They have the fucking ballot and you get called up for national service. So, but the only advantage is national service over here was only 6 months. And then at the end of 6 months, like for ordinary people who never done territorial service, they would then have to do territorial service for 2 years after they've done their national service. But if you'd already done territorial service, you did your 6 months national service and that was it. You didn't have to go back to do territorial service again, but you were held on call, right, until the age of 30.
I see.
So the idea was that if a war started, you could be called up immediately up until the age of 30.
I just can't imagine who could be your enemies. Because, you know, as far as I see...
Hey, we live pretty close to fucking Australia, you know.
But they are your allies, no? Doesn't they?
They're only allies as long as we're both fighting someone else. But when there's no one else to fight, well, we can pick on each other and we can start our own shit.
As far as I remember, the only war Australians started was war against kangaroo.
No, it was the emus.
What?
And they lost that one.
Yeah, the emu wars. Right? They had an infestation of emus, which you know, like an ostrich sort of bird, look a bit like an ostrich.
Okay.
And they, for some unknown reason, there were thousands of them when they shouldn't have been, and they were wreaking havoc.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we're not
the Australian military, with their machine guns, even lost that one. I know. Without New Zealand to back them up, they lose every war.
Yeah, I know.
That's why they need us.
Yes, that's why I believe that you're allies, actually. And it's kind of not a great idea for Australian to start a war against you.
Yeah, that's right. Well, see, we have a distinct advantage. One, there's less offers, so there's not so many targets.
Yeah.
And two, we've got our IQ is about 125 to 130. Theirs is 65 to 70. I mean, they wouldn't even speak English if it wasn't for us going over there and teaching them.
That's just an accent, you know? Oh, shit.
I mean, after all, they do win against us in rugby about once every 40 years.
I mean, you know, I probably realize that exactly because you're so concerned about your defense, you probably never have a war. Because if you well prepared, you're not gonna have a war.
Well, when you think about it, we've got 25 million very vicious, nasty sheep over here. And I mean, if people try and attack us, We'll just put the sheep in there and shag them to death.
Well, and if
They'll never survive it.
yeah,
That
and
much
if
sex is too much for anyone.
and if sheep don't eat you, then mower does. Yeah.
No, they don't mind. I mean, this is the main reason. This is what people forget, that Australians call us sheep shaggers for a reason.
Uh-huh.
And the main reason is that there's very few sheep that can resist a good pair of rubber gumboots.
Uh-huh. I see. Oh shit.
Okay.
Oh shit, now which way was I turning?
It's goldfish attack again, isn't it?
No, I just confused because this thing goes in reverse when it goes forward and goes forward when it's in reverse.
That should be packed.
You need
Check
to
real
extend
quick.
it a little bit more. You're gonna stuck in this position on your truck, so...
Okay, so how do you extend it? I tried that before and I couldn't work out how
get
to do it.
inside, hold your right mouse button, and try to move your mouse in some directions.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Guess how much silage is in this silo?
How much?
1.1 million.
Ooh, not bad. Not bad at all. My personal record of packing that type of silo is 3.2 millions. More, just impossible.
We're getting pretty tight on that as it is, so.
Yeah, it's not even close, you know. You can feel it literally to the edge of these borders. So, but it become a really tough job when you're close to the ends because all the silage tries to escape from one of ends.
All right, wash the trailer off, park it. Should I repair my trailer or just put it away?
For what reason you need it? I mean,
Well, just this silage forage trailer. I just wonder if I should repair it or just put it away.
just put it away. It's fine. We can skip repair once and waste all our money next time.
All right.
Oh, by the
washed.
way,
Put
it's
it away.
really about time for me to have next little break, so I'll be back in a minute. If somebody interested, my tractor gonna stand here.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, damn it, now I've got to go and move that bloody thing again.
I'll get it. I'm heading that way.
Ah, fuck you.
Now I gotta go to the other side.
Oh. Oh, it's trying to get the wheels going in the right bloody direction. That's what I find hard.
Yeah. Should be able to get a. Can you extend it out now? Should be able to get enough to get in your truck there. Keep going, keep going, keep going. There you go.
Oh,
You're filling it up. And you're full.
yes, I just can't get used to driving it bloody backwards and swinging it around and whatever.
Yep. That and that keeps on banging into the wall. Doesn't quite
Yeah.
go high enough.
Right, what have we got left after all this?
Not much.
Okay, so everything's been cut. Everything's been done.
Okie dokie, I'm back again. Nobody touched my tractor, so I'm gonna continue
Nope.
the trolling. Oh boy, let's go. Arthur, have you cast bad weather on me again, or what?
Yes.
I
Why
knew
should
that.
I let you have an easy day? It's Saturday.
It's not about only Saturday, it's half bloody week. We have severe winds, rain and the sun at the same moment and all that crap. So, yeah. And being...
I'm trying to muddy the waters a bit.
so,
I'll give you the water, you give me the mud, and we make it muddy waters.
I see. You believe that water around is not murky enough, are you?
Yeah. It's
I
got to
see.
be muddy water, otherwise kids can't have fun. Kids love a pile of mud. No use just getting them wet. You got to get them dirty too.
Okay. Alrighty. In this case, lucky me that I actually do my best to not leave my home.
Yep, good place to be.
Yeah.
The
Actually,
only time I leave mine is when I run out of Bacardi.
yeah, the thing is that I have not too many options, you know. Okie dokie. Well, Cliff, have you covered that second?
Yep. It's all
Thank
covered.
you. Silo. That's the word that I looked for.
Yeah. 1.16 million or something like that.
Great. And what have you been doing now?
I was rearranging the auger over here for
Oh, I see.
Arthur.
Nice. Well, what about prices, by the way? What about prices? Ooh, next month we should have almost full price on silage. And...
How about wood chips?
No. Wood chips we should wait for 1, 2, 3 more months. Because...
January?
Yeah, January would be the great months to do that.
All right.
Actually,
Well,
it's...
the only other thing to do is chip wood.
Yeah. That's
the
the
wood
thing
chipper
that we
and-
should do. And next session would be pretty busy because we need to cut that field and we would need to collect bus. What was that? Oh, and we actually should place more fertilizer on that part of the field. But speaking about... could you please... Yeah, crop types. Next month we should collect corn and soybeans. Both of them. And while
Oh, yeah.
soybeans, I believe we can collect with our current harvester header. But for corn,
Yeah,
we
the corn,
should
you'll
be...
have to get a corn header.
Yeah, we need to buy one more header. Okay, we'll
But
see.
have a look and see how much it is, and we can always go and pick it up now
Why?
if we've got enough.
Wait a second. Let me double check. Firstly, yeah, our current header is capable to collect soybeans and...
Yep, soybeans. I think it also does sorghum, wheat,
yeah,
oats.
yeah. All these basic crops, exactly. So where was that harvester? Yep, here it is. And this one, and yeah, I believe we need this one, and it costs 53,000. So
Oh, that's
not
easy.
a big
Get
deal.
it now. Might as well get it now, and
Nope.
get a trailer for it.
You wanna move it in a trailer? Seriously?
I mean a tractor. Yeah, well, yeah,
Okay.
because we've got two headers, and if we have to change them, remember you've got corn on one field, and you've got the grains on the other field, so you may need to change them halfway through, right? So if you've got the one header on a trailer, I don't know. Yeah, well, the thing is, we've got to pick it up, and to pick it up is going to be a long trip in the
harvester.
harvester to pick it up, you see. So if you've got a trailer for it, it'll make things easier
Yeah.
in the long run.
We'll think about that.
Haven't done that
next
for
time.
years.
You tried to back up with that train, or what?
Oh, it's not that difficult to back the train up. It's just the fact that I decided to jackknife it.
Actually, we
There's
should
nothing
have
like going
this
down the
mod.
highway and
We should have this mod to kinda lock axle now. Does it
Yeah.
work for this bloody
Yes.
8 trailers?
Might work for the first one.
Uh-huh.
You try it. It's a square bracket right beside P.
I can't see that hotkey on Arthur's screen. So for the second trailer, it definitely doesn't work.
oh, that's no problem with the second trailer. Backing an A train is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah,
told...
believe me, I've done it. I know what it's like. A B train, which is a lot easier. You
Yeah.
control them easier. Truck and trailer, well, that's no worse than a car with a trailer.
Yep.
That's this easy, but a 5-year-old could do it. But an
Ah.
A train,
And
everything is opposite the opposite.
yeah. By the way, you know what? I believe that I know why our game becomes so sloppy periodically. I mean, why we had all these lags. Because of this double trailer. Actually, I made a few tests with FS25. I mean, I built train, auto train with 12 wagons, and even on my PC it lags just hugely, just unbelievably. Each time when you try to accelerate or brake.
Yeah.
So FS25 handles this physics really poorly. Really.
Oh, yeah.
I believe
you think that's what it is there?
Yeah, I believe that server is just suffering when we're using this trailer. Actually, I think about even recording video or stuff like that about this problem, because, you know, maybe somebody also guessing what's going on. And I think like that is the reason why we don't have rare connection points on basic in-game trailers, because this lazy bastards just decided, oh, you know, we have this problem, so let's just kind of don't get our players opportunity to feel it. That's gonna be fine.
Yeah. Just fix it by not allowing it to happen.
Yeah. Exactly. Bloody Mongol.
Well, of course, the answer to that is fairly simple.
Yeah, as I said, bloody Mongol.
Instead of two 20-foot trailers, just make one 40-foot trailer.
Well, yeah,
and then you've only got one trailer, you haven't got two.
You know, in my local game, I tried that. Genuinely, but the problem is that I playing on a pretty European map with really narrow streets, and it's kind of problem.
I suppose it would be for somebody who doesn't know how to pack them.
You know, I
mean, a single semi-trailer, whether it's 20, 30 or 60 feet, is the easiest trailer in the world to back. It's almost impossible to get it wrong.
But the problem is that when you have a sharp corner, something like 50-degree corner, with really narrow streets and a lot of buildings around, you don't need to go back. You just can turn.
Well, if I'm still alive when you get here, I'll take you on a road where I drove a truck with a 40-foot trailer, right, a 40-foot semi, that had 55-foot poles on it, wooden poles on it for delivery. Right? And it took me 3 hours to make a delivery that was only 40 kilometers away. The road is in some places single lane. The corners are probably 80-degree corners.
Okay.
Right? With a bridge in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the whole 40 kilometers was like that. And then add a couple of really big hills to that.
Yeah, I can imagine this problem. We had a lot of roads like this in Crimea.
That's the sort of country I'd imagine you'd be looking at.
Yeah.
But that was, the road is what they call the Coromandel East Road, Coromandel West, which goes up the western side of the Coromandel Peninsula from Thames up to Coromandel itself, well, up to Fantail Bay. But in Coromandel town, they were waiting for the poles to be delivered because they'd been washed out by a storm, and half the town had no electricity. And Seymour was the only one because that's one of my favourite fishing areas. On the weekends, I used to go fishing there, so I did know the road quite well. And the boss asked me to take them up because nobody knew the road as well as. It still took me 3 hours to do a 1.5 hour drive in a car. And I think twice, because 2 of the real bad corners, they were not quite right angles, but they were bloody close to it. Had a bridge in the middle of them, a one-way bridge in the middle of them. And that was fun because you had to turn the corner and get into the bridge and across the bridge while half your trailer is still stuck on the road behind you around the corner. And that was fun.
Yeah, that should be quite amusing.
Yeah. Well, the 4 cars on the other end who were waiting to get across didn't think it was such fun, but I thought it was fucking hilarious.
Oh,
Whiny bitches.
Cliff, you did find really interesting place to start with.
On the backside.
Yeah. I just spent a lot of time trying to find you. But I'm on my way.
Got the other trailer?
Uh-huh.
Alright. So I'm got these 2 full.
Oh. Sounds great. Oh, wait, Arthur, you should stop selling that stuff. We have enough money for now, and we can kinda...
Alright, well, I'll dump this and then we can put the rest in the...
Yeah. That makes sense. Because you're almost there already.
Well, that was the idea. I didn't want to drive back for no reason at all.
Cliff, if you don't mind, I actually prefer to cut trees closer to our base now, because these trees would be much more comfortable to sell immediately after chipping, when the price is right.
Alright, you whiny little bitch. Fine.
You know, it's just a professional deformation of my mind, you know. All the things for the sake of profit. Yeah. Being a manager, it is.
Oh, it's a hard job, but somebody's got to do it.
But to tell you the truth, there's not much difference from where I was cutting to where I'm starting to cut right now. Cause
you want to say that we cut most trees on this bloody mountain already?
yeah,
Shoot!
yeah.
That's unexpected.
We only got about a quarter of the trees left.
Oh! Didn't we done great?
But I'll start coming down over here towards the front side here, and I'll work my way back up the top of the hill again.
Key. Sounds good.
You're such a whiny bitch.
Yeah, I am.
Arthur must be close. I'm getting lag spikes.
Yep, just coming onto the sealed road now.
Yeah. Now we know who is the person to blame.
Whoever's driving that big truck.
Yeah. But I kinda can't say that it doesn't piss me off, because, you know, Working in this industry, I got used to if you have some issues, you bloody have to fix them. Not mask them, not do crap like that, but fix them.
Yep. I don't think I can get any of those. I'll try this one here. See if I can get this one.
No, you're
Yep, I can get that
all
one.
the way there. I see.
See if I can take one of these.
No, you're testing the limits again.
Yep.
I see.
Gotta find
And
out.
it
Gotta
feels
find
like
the
your
outer edges.
trailer almost full already.
It is full.
Alrighty. Let's change them. Then.
I'm just waiting for you to show up. That last tree I cut filled up my chopper.
I see. Oh, Arthur, you're gonna join us soon. As far as I see, there are not too much left.
Ooh, that was a big spike.
Oopsie. Okay, as soon as we be able to sell these chips, we're gonna reorganize our base once again, because it feels like we have really insufficient sheds for our vehicles and implements.
Yep. Either get some really big ones or a whole bunch of small European ones.
Yep. And I believe this time we're gonna build them in a different direction, because in this direction they are not too usable. Oh shoot. Was that? Oof, that was a huge one.
Yeah, I had one a couple seconds ago. I think it was saving.
Maybe, but I haven't seen notification, so...
Okay.
Okey-dokey. I'm on my way to you already.
All right. So there's that John Deere sitting on the other side of the hill there with the trailer hooked up to it, I believe.
Yeah, I know, but you know, I believe Arthur gonna grab it when he's finished with that
Yep.
Yep.
job.
They can just bring that trailer up, bring the truck and trailer up here, and I can fill that up too.
Uh-huh.
Okie dokie.
Because we're getting far enough away that I'm keeping everything pretty much full.
Yep. Okay, time to switch. Come on. Yep. Yeah, Cliff, you should have a really nice view on what's going on down Cliff there.
Yeah. Oh, the only problem is it just nothing renders in so far away.
Oh. Haven't you maxed up your field of view? I mean, not field of view, but distance, rendering distance, something like that.
I don't believe I have.
I see. Or
I
maybe...
can see the fields. The first three fields, yep, from the top. But then after that, everything goes out of render range.
I see. It might be that your video card just can't process that because it's pretty demanding, you know.
Yep. And for most times, you don't need it anyway, so.
Yeah, that's fine.
Good for visuals, but.
Yeah.
I'm on stump. Go away.
Okay. Come on. Nope. Nope. Oh, yeah. Fine.
There,
Oh,
finally.
sorry, Arthur.
No, you're not. You did it on purpose.
No. Let just my trailer finish pooping, and the trigger is all yours.
Uh-huh. I saw you put it in top gear and race the moment you saw me heading towards the drop-off.
That's... I'm not... No. I'm just using that... Shit. Forget the name.
Speed control.
Yeah, it has cruise control.
The speed control that doesn't work under 150 miles an hour.
Only 53 kilometers an hour. Not too much. So, oh. Alrighty. Here we go again.
I think we might be getting close. I think one more load, or 1.5 loads, I think.
That was fucking close. Oh. I see. I managed
going
to...
downhill, you kind of... Yeah, going downhill, you just kind of run away.
Yeah.
You'd think these are things are got the manual transmissions instead of automatic when you run down hills.
You know, it feels like it has just brakes that was never maintenance. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, maintained.
Maintained, exactly. Thank you. Because you know,
Yep.
I've seen like real life tractors brakes, and it's almost immediate action.
Yep.
Because they have that grippy wheels, so... But in this game, it feels like you're trying to brake on a bloody Tesla Model X.
Yep.
Oh, shoot. Ah, sweet revenge, isn't it, Arthur?
Uh-huh. Oh, shit. Bit too far.
Guess I'm starting to get to the flat top here, so...
Okie dokie. I have a little bit traffic jam here, so would be late for a couple minutes.
That's alright. I'm just grinding off some stumps I missed.
I see.
I think
Yeah,
my trailer's full.
That's quite strange how that attachment misses stumps, because it kind of feels like you got it, but then sees that it's not quite. Oh, now it's
Yep.
saving.
Yeah, I saw that flash up there. Alright, dump this trailer off.
Is there a lot left, Arthur, in a silo?
No, I think it should just about be. This should just about be the last one, I think.
I see. What do you think about dumping one lot into our production to produce digistate for us? Huh, guys?
Okay. Oh shit! Of course it's going to fucking stop.
You fighting this conveyor again?
Yep.
Yeah, the ground's not level enough around the for that conveyor.
Yeah.
Seems like any little bump over there just hangs it up.
Yeah, it's because of construction of its wheels, this conveyor moves really poorly.
Yep.
It is as nicely drives as I don't know, bag with potato or stuff like that.
Oh, shit.
Yep. Wheelbarrow works better, I think.
Yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Here you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Ouch. Come on. Yay. Yay. Managed to grab it. Oh yeah. Let's go back.
I'll do it that way then.
It feels like you need an assistance, Arthur, are you?
No. We're
Okay.
getting there. I'll just. It'll reach so far and then it won't reach anymore. We might still have some more left.
Yep.
Okay, let me turn around.
Your
don't
first
think I've got
trailer.
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you, if you come in with that trailer empty, once I top this front trailer off, if you empty those chips and then come back in here, and you'll probably be able to pick up the rest of it. There's only a little bit left. It'll
Okie
save frigging around with the dual trailer.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, there's probably just enough to almost fill one trailer.
Okie dokie. We have more than 4 million wood chips here.
Chips. Shit, have we?
That's gonna be quite a nice amount of money. So it's in a little bit weird position, of course, but you know. Ow! Yeah, like that. Come on. Collect all that crap for me, please. I see. Okay, let me place you in a really weird position like that. That should do the trick. And can I, yeah, move it a little bit more like that. Do. Okay, let's go. Ouch. Legs. Come on. Yeah, shish. Works like charm. Uh-huh. And the last small piece left. Alright. We're gonna deal with that.
Whereabouts are you?
Coming right
Or
at
have
you.
you
there.
finished? You
Don't
finished over
drive.
there, have you?
Don't drive through the fields, please.
Stick to the roads, Arthur. I'll swap you. I'll jump out of the tractor and I'll take the truck up.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now, can we have that stuff unloaded, please? Yep. Nice. Silo is clean and empty. So the only thing I need to do now is to remove this bloody conveyor from here. Why shouldn't I... Ah, okay, whatever. Let's go this way. This is gonna take a while, but eventually I should be at the in a right position. Oh, that's gonna be a tough job with these double wheels. Oh, and I see that you're not loaded our production with silage, so I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, didn't I? Yeah, I did load it, didn't I?
No.
Oh, shit, that's
Or
right.
you dropped it in the wrong silo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got sidetracked with everybody
that's
yelling at me, giving me
fine.
orders.
Who did that?
You put your trailer in.
Yeah.
You know what you're talking about. Bugger if I do. Got me confused.
I see. Okay. That's alright. No worries. So, silage dumping. So, we're gonna activate this thing. It's digestate from silage, and also this stuff, silage additives. Okie dokie, we're gonna have our own silage additives soon. Where is that? Yep. Not producing yet, but...
Who put double tires on this? Whose bright idea was that?
It was my idea, and the problem is that
Well,
it hasn't a configuration with double wheels only on the back, unfortunately. And I needed these narrow tires to apply fertilizer to grown field, so... And they
instead
don't
of
wanna...
having single tires.
This tractor doesn't have this configuration. It can be only double tires for narrow one.
Well, you've made the rubber barons very happy anyway.
Are they made out of rubber anymore?
Probably not. I know the Chinese ones aren't.
I'm pretty sure everything's made out of plastics nowadays.
But
Yep.
even using these wheels, you shouldn't drive through the field, because your trailer unfortunately have regular wheels.
And that's
And
a
we
problem.
done.
Why?
Because it's gonna ruin our crop, and we don't want that.
We've got no crops. We've only got grass that's just been cut.
Nope. Not on these closest fields.
Who's driving through the crops?
So, Cliff, you believe I should grab the track and unload it?
Is that other trailer empty?
Yep. We
Okay.
have two
Oh,
empty
okay.
trailers here. Hey, I'm gonna
Hey,
lift
go
my
ahead.
tractor right here and grab that big boy. Come on. Launch your engine, please. Fortunately, we don't have a parking brake here. So I can drive while it's on a parking brake.
Yeah. We had some idiot do that to one of our work trucks. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
How long did it take you to get
Oh.
the smell of burning brakes out of your truck?
I
Yeah.
have
That was a better part of a year.
I have a story about that. It was with my ex-wife, and somewhere afternoon, she called me and say, Alex, you know, I have a strange sign lighting on a screen between gauges. Yeah. I asked, what is this sign? How it looks like? And she told me, oh, you know, it's an exclamation mark in a circle. I said, could you please turn off parking brake? And she like, oh, that's why car barely moves.
That's
Yeah.
put to the floor and the car's not going anyplace.
You know, it was kind of four-wheel drives, automatic transmission car, so it's actually drived. The problem is that the whole parking brake system was replaced after.
Doesn't work anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. And saying all the system, I mean all the brakes, including discs, all the wires and stuff like that. And eventually, after 2 more years, I believe we even replaced that master cylinder. Because there was some crap inside braking liquid. So, yeah, that was the brightest idea I ever seen. But that's not a reason why she's ex-wife. It's not the reason.
It'd be reason enough for me.
No. Not for me. Okay, dokie. I'm on my way back with this big boy. Oh, shit.
Well, after the next big sale, we should have enough to get that block of land next door to us.
Well,
When we sell
It
off all
feels-
these wood chips, we'd be able to buy most of the plots on the on the map.
yeah, that's exactly my thought. You know.
Well, that too.
I believe that
The
we
thing is, the more land you get, the more equipment you're going to have to buy, because you get to a stage where everything is too far away to drive to. So you'll have to have a second set of equipment.
You know, I'm currently testing that thing with how was it called? Poplar on my local save because it feels like we shouldn't move further with grass by two reasons. Firstly, we can't automate it, and secondly, we have a lot to do each time already.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah. Oh.
Well, we
Oh.
could diversify by getting some production units working.
Yeah, I thought about that. Production units, more crops, fields, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay. At the end of the day, I believe we had a pretty profitable year.
Yeah. We'll see by the end of the year how profitable.
Yep. Don't cut that corner.
Missed it by a mile.
Uh-huh. You actually cut it with your rear wheels. I seen that.
Yeah, but that was the trailer's fault, not mine. I made sure the tractor missed it completely.
The
What the
problem
trailer
is,
does, well, he's responsible for.
the problem is that the trailer wheels is the problem here. I mean, they're placing threat on. Have you moved that bloody double trailer, Cliff?
Nope. I'm
That's
still
quite
filling up the
strange.
trailer I got.
I see. That's quite strange because I had a huge lag while my ping was pretty fine. Alrighty, wherever.
That must be on the edge. Yep, that's on the edge.
Might be.
Now I'm cleaning off a whole bunch of little ones up here, so it's not filling up the trailer very fast.
Oh, that's
Okay.
right. Doesn't matter. Grab it all. Kill every tree you got a chance to. Oh,
Yep.
damn it, I'm out of papers.
Got to deforest the world sometime.
Yep.
And I think, yeah, my trailer is at 99%.
Okay. Arthur near you, and I'm on my way.
Okay.
Somebody distracted you? Arthur?
No. I had to go and get a new book of papers.
Ah, I see.
My desk has only got one drawer, and it's full of other computer junk. So I've got nowhere to put all my spare stuff.
I see. I have a huge wooden chest in a basement full of different computer shit.
Yeah, I used to have quite a few bits of it in the old days when computers were actual real live instruments, before they got all computerized too much.
Oh.
Now the damn things are too complicated. I wouldn't even try to fix one.
You actually did great last time when you needed.
Well, I had a basic understanding, but all the new stuff, like well, as you would know, we used to use video cards, and now they use
What?
these other bloody things, this GeForce stuff and whatever.
The same graphics
Well,
cards. It's just a little
yeah.
bit bigger. It looks like a fucking brick, but
A little bit bigger. It takes up half my friggin' computer.
yeah, I know. Yeah.
And the fan in it, well, the fan's got to be nearly 6 inches across in diameter.
Yep. Sounds like that.
Well, the original one was small. It was only about, I don't know, probably a 3-inch fan. This one's more than twice the size.
Yep.
When I told him I was having heating problems, he put that one in.
That one's was 3.5, and this one's is 5 to 7 in different configurations. In your configuration, I believe it's 5 inches once.
Yep, that'd be about right.
Yeah. For me, though, my top water cooling system is actually used 7 inches coolers, three bloody stuff, and it's huge pain in the ass to remove them from.
That's what I was going to ask you, because I very nearly got one that was water cooled, but I didn't, because the water system in it, is that internal or is that hooked up to a running water supply?
If you buy an all-in-one AIO stuff, it's totally internal. If you buy self-made, so-called, you'd better not do that, because it requires a lot of maintenance. You need to think about refilling it and crap like that. So it's just for kind of fun of real pain in the ass. Well, in my case, it's
they look cool.
What?
They got a great cool factor, but not much practicality if you got to maintain them and if you don't know how to do that.
You know, the thing is that nicely done AIO is give you the same exact results in terms of cooling. The only difference is a little bit more expensive. So it's not about, this.
So really, for what I use my computer for, just for gaming and what have you, and just silly shit, it's not really worth having it.
Actually, exactly for gaming, it is pretty required nowadays, because a lot of components.
You're cooling your video card more than anything else.
Actually, for video cards, I am a big fan of air cooling, because it's much less problematic. But
Yeah.
for CPU, especially if you're using Intel one, because AMD one, they're pretty effective in terms of how it's called, thermal stuff. So they're not that hot like Intel ones. But if you're running Intel
Yeah.
ones, you'd better have water cooling. That's exactly how my system configured, because my graphics card is air cooled and I never seen it's hotter than 70 degree Celsius.
Yep.
But for my CPU, well, even being water cooled, it can reach up to 80, 85 degrees Celsius, which's kinda, yeah. But even speaking about AIO, it's a little bit pain in the ass, especially when you have a cat in house, because it become I mean, it has a heatsink obviously, and it become dirty really, and sucked up really fucking fast. And you need to disassemble whole the system, took that heatsink out, remove both coolers, and do proper cleaning with even some chemicals and pressurized air and all that crap around. And
Well, that's not going to happen with me.
whole your system
No, I think
air
if
cooled?
this one just, yeah, mine's all air cooled.
It's fine.
No, this one, well, it's been a hell of a lot better with the
There.
larger fan on it.
Sorry, Arthur, what was that?
I said it's been a hell of a lot better with the bigger fan on it now.
Ah, I see. Yeah, because you're running Intel, and they're hard guys. And that's not a problem for Cliff, because Cliff actually running AMD CPU, as far as I remember.
Yep.
And that is really wise choice for gaming. Really wise choice. Actually, if I ever will split my PC, I mean, I have separate one for work and related, and separate one for gaming, my gaming PC would be totally AMD stuff.
Oh, yeah.
For variety reasons. Okay.
I believe my trailer's full.
Yeah, and I'll be back in a minute.
Yep.
It's time for the last break for today.
Uh-huh. I've got to cook dinner after this. I was going to have it before we went on, but then I got sort of sidetracked again. Chasing it down. You wouldn't believe it. You know where I found the aluminium?
Where's that?
The last bloody asteroid that was the furthest one away from everything else.
Yep.
And there was, because it's quite a big asteroid field, and there was, oh, should I know? Must have been close to 25 or 30 asteroids there.
Ooh.
It's quite a big setup. But, and that's only one of them. There's 4 other fields there that I'll have a look at later, because there's a lot of, what do you call it, Errestrium and stuff like that, and all the good shit.
Yeah, that Errestrium,
Errestrium, gold, zirconium, and what was the other one? What was the name of it? Yeah, there's 3 different asteroid setups that are that actually have gold asteroids on them. So I want that because I know it's going to come in handy.
Yep.
But the thing I was going to ask you about, I don't know what it is, but in the whether it's just whether it's just because I'm playing vanilla, I can't seem to work out how to upgrade the ship. Like it's got the bare minimum and that's it.
Right.
Every time I tried, like I was going to put in 2 tier 3 CPUs into my MX5,
Yeah,
and it wouldn't
vanilla, you
accept them.
can't do that. In vanilla, you can't do that.
Oh, is
That's all-
that it?
Yeah, only in RE, Reforged Eden 2 can you do that.
Oh, I see. Well, I was playing vanilla before, and I was able to upgrade the MX5.
Yeah, you can, but you have to go tier 1, then a tier 2, then a tier 3, then a tier 4.
Yeah, well, it was built with a tier 2 in it.
Yep, you could add a
And I
tier 3.
produced- I added 2 tier 3s. I took the tier 2 out and added a double tier 3.
Okay.
No problem at all, but this one won't do it for some unknown reason.
See, in Reforged, you leave your extenders in, so
Yep.
you have your core, then you have 2 basic extenders, then you'll have 2 improved extenders, then you'll have 2 advanced extenders.
Yeah.
Then when you're doing your rating and everything of all your POIs and you get these abandoned ones, you start picking up the quantum processors. They're used in the quantum extenders.
Ah.
And you can keep on adding more extenders, but in vanilla, you're limited to having the hell am I thinking? Words. Vanilla, you're limited to how much you could extenders you could put in.
Oh, yep.
Generally, it's 1 of each level, and I can't remember for vanilla. If you take out the lower one, you lose CPU. It's been so long since I played vanilla.
Well, as I said, the last, like this is a new game. I started completely new again. But in the last one, remember when you first told me to use the MX5, that it was the better ship for intermediate class?
Yeah.
And then I upgraded that with 2 tier 2s like you advised. And no problem at all. I was able to upgrade the
I think you're playing Reforged then too.
No.
No, I was still on vanilla on that game.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can only have 1 tier 2, but you could put in 2 tier 3s.
Okay, that might be what it is. That's like I said, it's been so long since I've played vanilla.
Yeah. Oh, I'm still playing it because I use it to practice what I pick up from Alec on Reforged Eden, you see.
Yeah. Yeah, some of that stuff doesn't cross over. But
Oh, yeah, some of it doesn't cross over, but sort of learning new things, it takes me a while to be able to take it all in. So I use the vanilla to sort of practice something new that he shows me.
Yep.
Doesn't always work, of course. I mean, I can still die. I still get buzzed by enemies that are not meant to be there.
Yep.
You wanna say that it's no chances to involve you in Space Engineers, yeah?
Not a shit show in hell.
That's unfortunate, because that means that my viewers never heard your salty comments on my builds.
Well, that should be a good thing for you. You'll probably lose half your viewers if they really heard me say what I thought.
I don't think so. I think that it would be really fun.
Well, if we played Space Engineers, you'd be spending more time trying to show me how to do stuff, and we get nothing done.
You see,
Oh,
the
shit.
thing is that instead of Imperium in Space Engineers, it's actually possible to automate a lot of things and actually put all needed kind of commands on a toolbar. So if all the building would be my job and driving that builds would be your job, it could be much easier for you than playing Reforged Eden. And as far as I know, even Cliff could join us in this game because he has Space Engineers. Correct, Cliff?
Yeah, I do have it.
Yeah, so. So I don't lose
Let
my
me think
fate.
about that for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I heard that half year ago. Exactly.
We'll see, maybe. I've watched you play a couple of times, but it's just the construction process that confuses me so much.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying that it's actually shouldn't be your main goal. And the only thing that I don't like in this idea is that you couldn't be able to play solo in this game, in this case.
Yeah.
That's I don't like.
Somebody turned off the damn lights.
Why?
It's that
Why?
bloody... It's that bloody God guy again. He's being a pain in the ass.
No, it's
Somebody turned off
developers.
the damn lights again.
It's all developers' fault.
All right.
Yeah, but by the way, speaking about work and unappreciated efforts of managers all the time, this week I have beaten my own record on the longest meeting series.
Pissing people off?
No.
Pissing people off?
No. This Wednesday, I had a series of meetings of 20 hours long with 2 breaks to eat.
Oof.
What do you need 2 breaks for? It's only 20 hours. One should have been enough.
You see, I used to kind of eat twice a day. At the morning
What for?
and at the evening.
You get fat if you eat twice a day.
I am fat, yeah?
Well, there you are. Now you know why. See, you're eating too much. You didn't have to eat twice. You could have eaten once and been quite happy and skinny.
You see, in this case, I end up being below the grass pretty soon.
I know. I can't think how long it is since I've had 2 meals a day.
Yeah, probably.
And I'm
probably
still here. In fact, I've lasted longer because I'm not carrying the excess weight.
Yeah, probably it's also because you don't have such a problems with stomach as I have.
No, I don't think it's so much a problem. I think it's more like God found out that the devil didn't want me, so he doesn't want me either. So they're going to leave me here to be fucking fine.
I'm not saying about that. I'm saying about why you can afford to eat once a day, because I actually done that when I was younger, and then I was in a hospital twice because of that reason. And one really nice doctor explained me that if I wanna live at least 10 years more, I should eat at least twice a day.
Oh,
Because
he's probably
yeah.
got shares in the supermarket.
I don't think so, because when you see a fresh blood in your cough, it's kind of sign,
Yeah, but you're not meant to be eating light bulbs as a bloody snack in the middle of the day. I don't suppose he remembered to tell you that part, did he?
He told me a lot of stuff.
I'm
So-
I'm not joking. I'm quite serious. It's I've only eaten once a day for the last.
Yeah, I know.
When
But
did I start doing that? 1970. So what's that? 55 years.
For the guy who actually born in a country and in a year when bloody Chernobyl happened, I have pretty nice, pretty nice health.
Were you near Chernobyl when that went up? Were you?
Sorry?
Were you near Chernobyl when that blew up?
Yeah, I was pretty young, but already out of my mother.
So how close were you to it, though?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, pretty much on the other end of the country, but it doesn't help a lot. Actually, in Crimea, I had several friends who was in a team working in a Chernobyl at that moment. So
Yep.
yeah,
Tell you
and
what, that's at
all
80,
of
that's
them,
88%. That's
Yeah,
close
and-
enough.
and all of them end up having cancer.
Yeah, it was a pretty nasty bloody
expected.
event.
Yeah.
Yep. Did they ever? I can't remember what. Yeah. Did they ever find out the reason for it?
Yep.
For it happening?
That was. There is even. I can recommend you a series. Pretty new one. I can't remember the publisher, but it's pretty accurate and it shows this event real nice. The main reason is Soviet Union dickheads who kinda did a lot of mistakes and eventually find out.
So it was human error, was it?
That wasn't a human error. That it wasn't an error. It was an intended actions.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they literally did all they can to blow up fucking reactor. And then, just in the best traditions of USSR, they decided to tell nobody and do other crap like that. You should really look
So
for this
it
series.
was an intentional sabotage.
They just tried to meet a really stupid goal, and even when literally everything went sideways, they doesn't stop, and eventually it blown up. So
Oh,
I'll share with you a link to this series. You really should look at it. I believe Cliff knows what series I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's a TV series on.
Yeah.
There's a reenactment, more or less, but it
Yeah.
supposedly it was pretty faithful. Freaking stuff.
Yeah.
I forgot you.
later on, Russia tried to tell their own story about this stuff, just trying to, wash all the dirt that was. Somehow they believe that they are kinda.
Was everyone else's fault but theirs?
No, they believe that. How can I say that? Wait a second. I need it. Yes, they're just inheritors of USSR. So if somebody tells that USSR was wrong in any action, so they believe that it lays on them. That's why they act like they act.
Ah.
Yeah. But, yeah. Fortunately. There was a really old series also. It was made in USSR. And it was full of lie and bullshit. But fortunately now we have this new one that is pretty accurate.
That show has been popping up in my feed over the last few months too.
Because it was it was a day when it happened. It happens every year.
Yep.
Oh, you mean on the anniversary of it?
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of people trying to kind of prevent that event of being forgotten.
And
It should never be forgotten.
people wondered why we insisted on being nuclear free.
Well,
We were the first country in the world to declare ourselves nuclear free. America threw us out of the Anzus Treaty because we wouldn't let their nuclear-powered ships or any of their ships or arms come into the country that might have nuclear weapons, and they refused to confirm or deny whether they did or not, and then got all shitty because we said, well, if you won't tell us what's going on, then stuff it. You can't bring your ships in, because we used to be an R&R port for a lot of the a lot of the ships in the Pacific.
Despite this,
we would have at least two U.S. Navy ships in Wellington every month.
I see. But
and then all of a sudden, you're not allowed in Anzus. Get out of here. You don't want our nuclear stuff. Then okay, we won't come, and you got to leave the thing, leave Anzus.
Mm-hmm. The thing is,
but
despite...
they still came crawling to put their bloody Five Eyes bloody spy satellite in here because it was the best place for it.
Yeah. Despite this tragedy, I still believe that nuclear power is actually a great opportunity for the whole humanity, because that is the most clean power source and powerful power source we have now. Because if we want to reduce using fossil fuel to producing to energy production, the only alternative we have now is nuclear, and it's not a bad alternative. The only thing that you should, the humanity should be careful and don't do silly stuff.
Well, that's the same with anything. The funny thing is, you see, our biggest problem is we've got a population of 5 million, right?
Yep.
Now, 2 million of those are women.
Okay.
and about 2 million are men, and there's about 1 million kids. That's loosely speaking, right? That's not exact.
Yeah, sure.
The trouble is, of those 4 million so-called adults, there's 3 million of them are fucking tree huggers.
Yep.
And if they're not saving the trees, then everybody else in the world is anti-tree hugging. So, like,
Yep.
they are at the moment, they are trying to shut down all the oil wells and things like that. They want only wind farms, which, okay, wind farms work quite well here because we're a long, skinny island with 2 huge oceans on each side.
Yeah, but there is a problem.
And they want solar panels. Well,
Okay.
we have one place in the country that it rains 360 days of the year. So, yeah, solar panels will work there, I'm sure.
There is a problem. You know how
But
much
they don't
grease?
want nuclear, they don't want fossil fuels, they don't want coal.
Yeah. But you know how much grease each wind turbine requires yearly?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And how much oil you need to produce one fucking solar panel?
Yep. Oh, I'm
And-
aware of that part of it.
Yeah, and if you decline fossil fuels now, the whole humanity will be back to 17th century immediately.
Well, see, the thing is, we have a lot of rivers in the country. So before, we were we were virtually almost 100% hydroelectricity. Right?
That's not a bad thing,
But-
yeah.
Oh, it's quite a good thing. It's a
Yeah.
lot cheaper than anything else.
Yep.
But the trouble was, the tree huggers decided that by building hydroelectric power stations and the dams that required to feed the water supply would bury some trees and would damage the environment. So they don't want hydro either because it'll damage the environment.
Are they
And
nuts?
some of the fish species, yeah, they're totally fucking nuts. We know that,
Oh, shit.
but the politicians rely on their votes. So they don't like hydro, and they're determined to have any hydro stations that, go past their use-by date. They're hoping to be able to shut down. They don't want fossil fuels. They don't want nuclear. Right? So we've got to run on wind and sunshine.
So
because
they do want live in a 17th century?
oh no, they want all 20th or 21st century benefits.
Well, in this case, I have a bad news for them.
Well, so do I.
Because, you know, all the...
It's like a vegan, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
kind
you've got
of.
to take care of the trees and, oh, don't eat meat, the poor animals. And they walk around with $500 leather bags over their shoulder, right? Wearing leather shoes that cost them $500. Oh, shit. Leather belts and those nice hats with feathers in them, So,
Yeah.
who kills the birds for the feathers? Who kills the animals and processes the leather so they can have sandals on their feet?
Yep.
Oh, but we won't wear leather sandals. We'll wear plastic ones. Yeah, good luck with that. I wonder
Oh,
where the
that's a
plastic
beautiful
comes from.
idea. That's a beautiful idea.
And of
Never
course,
mind.
at the same time, they'll walk up the street with plastic sandals and plastic bags on
Yeah,
handbags,
I'm just
yelling
curious.
about the
I'm
about
just
the
curious.
pollution.
Do they know the only source of plastic?
Probably not.
Probably.
It's probably like the idiots that we got here in the United States that don't understand that meat that they get in the shelf at the store actually comes from a live animal.
Oh no! Don't tell me that.
Oh,
You mean there's
yes. Oh,
actually live animals that are killed, so
Oh,
that my
yes.
pound of bloody ground beef can be put on the barbecue on Saturday?
Exactly.
Oh, terrible! I didn't know that. I thought that's how how it came. It just
Yes.
came out of the factory like that.
That's our American teaching system. They brainwash people to think stupid shit like that. And I call it brainwashing because that's exactly what it is.
It is.
It's teachers that have an agenda or that are pushing an agenda.
Yep.
They don't care about the truth.
Yeah, I've watched quite a number of reports on YouTube about some of the stuff that goes on. Even though I've got to disbelieve half of it, but the other half has got to be the truth.
You know, it's about 80% truth is what you're
Yep.
watching on some of those reports.
Yep. Well, that's more than I thought it was. In that case, we haven't got a shit show in hell of surviving the next 50 years.
Yeah. The U.S. educational system has gone to shit since Jimmy Carter instituted and started up the Federal Education Bureau in the United States. It is just gone to shit because of it. It's all pushed by the unions to get power for the unions.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it.
It was not pushed for to help the education of the children. It was not anything to do with the education of the children. It had 100% to do with power of the union.
Yeah. Well, I can remember when we used to go to school and the teacher would teach us, but it appears now that the kids go to school with a backpack full of books and stuff that would be heavier than what I used to take for a bloody shooting trip for 2 weeks up in the mountains.
Yep.
And you see the poor little buggers with these, like even here now, it's the same thing. Because our idiot have taken a leaf out of the bloody American book and they think it's the way to go. And you see like a little 8-year-old that's got a backpack 2/3 of his size. You know, his shoulders are down around his knees trying to carry the bloody thing.
Yep.
What do you need all that for? Oh, well, that's just my homework. You're what?
Yep.
We never did homework. We got taught at school. That's where you learnt. You didn't take it home to learn.
Yeah.
But I never did homework in my life. Never have. Why should I? The teacher gets paid to teach me at school. Not take up my bloody playtime at home.
Hell, it used to be work time. Kid got home and they were doing chores.
It was. Exactly. It was.
You're helping sustain the family. Even when you're 4 and 5 years old, you're at home.
Yep.
You can always pick up eggs.
Well, that's right. Well, we didn't, but you know, we had quite a good veggie garden. Like every home in New Zealand in those days had a vegetable garden.
Yep.
Nobody went to a shop to buy vegetables. What, are you bloody mad? No. The old man loved fishing and hunting, so after work he'd grab the rifle on and grab his push bike and he'd cycle up into the bloody mountains, shoot a deer, dress it out and bring it all home. and then
Yep.
he'd share it with the neighbours. The neighbours go fishing a lot. They would bring, and they would share the fish with us. You know, things like that. And everybody had a garden. So the amount of food you actually bought from a shop was the bare minimum. Mind you, there was only the bare minimum available during the war and just after it.
Yep. That's all the corporations that got pushed all the stuff the way it is.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that for a minute. Well, when I was 9 years old, like one of the traditions here in those days was what we called the Sunday roast. Right, it was a roast dinner, either roast mutton or roast lamb or roast beef or something of that nature on a Sunday afternoon. It was tradition, you know.
Yep.
Roast leg of lamb, baked potatoes, you know, and it was the one day a week we'd have a dessert, you know, like a bowl of ice cream or something like that, or rice pudding. But at 9 years of age, every second week or every second Sunday, because I refused to go to church, I didn't believe in it, couldn't, like I was forced to go until I got to about 8 years old, and then I thought, well, that's funny. They say one thing this week and the total opposite the next week, so it must all be bullshit.
Or they say one thing and don't live it.
Oh, don't live it. Yeah, well, that was a bit beyond my understanding in those days. So I just said to the old, because Dad was never wet, he was very much against it. He said when the kid's old enough to understand what's going on, he can make it for himself. But you're not going to bloody start brainwashing him at 5 and 6 years of age. So we used to have what they call Sunday school, which is just for little kids.
Yep.
So anyway, at 8 years of age, I decided, well, there's something not quite right here. I didn't know exactly what it was, but things just didn't seem to add up. So I said to the old man one Sunday, I said, I'm not going to any more Sunday school. I said, it's not right. There's things, all sorts of things are wrong. So he made me sit there for 20 minutes and explain what I thought was wrong. And at the end of it, he said, all right, you don't, because it was Mum deciding whether we went to Sunday school or not. And he said, all right, well, if you don't want to go to Sunday school, what are you going to do? And I said, well, I don't care. I just can't see the point in going there anymore. And he said, all right, fair enough. You've made your own decision. And I'll abide by it, you see, which he was good that way. Mind you, he didn't want us to go in the first place. So in the end, he said, all right, well, you don't have to go to Sunday school, but you have to do something on Sunday to make up for it. In other words, he was trying to teach us that everything you do has consequences. You know? So he said, we'll work something out. And the next thing I know, on every second Sunday, I had to cook the Sunday roast, which used to be Mum's job, of course, because mothers used to stay home in those days and look after the kids. When you came home from school, there was hot scones and hot, what do you call them? Cookies and things like that, so you had a bit of a snack when you finished school. So
But let me guess it, you wouldn't mind, yeah?
Oh, I didn't mind at all. As a matter of fact, it turned out that I actually quite enjoyed cooking. And it did become one of my professions later in life.
Oh.
Because I ended up ended up going into the hospitality industry and worked all through the liquor side of it, and then all through the accommodation side of it and housekeeping side of it, and then through the kitchens. So one of my last, or the second to last job I ever had was head chef at a hotel on Norfolk Island. So, oh yeah, I used to I like cooking for other people, but I couldn't give a toss about cooking for myself. You know, I'm happy with a cheese sandwich, but if I have guests, I'll make a 9-course dinner for them. No problem at all.
Yeah, and we end up being in a situation when, you know, my wife got used to prepare homemade bread and all sorts of bread, I mean. And a lot of friends of her just said something like, "Oh, you haven't anything interesting to do?" And we just, what? I mean, what?
What did I just do? Oh, shit. Just accidentally switched off my...
Tractor.
Oh, damn it.
Okie dokie. Well, it feels like this would... I mean, this forest would not survive to the winter.
Yep, I think it'll...
We got one more day up here and we're done.
Yep, you're about right, I'd say.
Next weekend we'll have this all finished off.
Yep.
Seriously?
Are you going to leave the truck up here, or shall I come back and pick up the truck? You must be getting close to your run time.
It's better to return it to its initial position.
Yeah, it's got a little bit in there. You'll have to dump the front trailer.
Okay.
You know, Cliff, I believe that we should switch trailers once, and so already...
I got a little bit more to go in this one and I'll be full.
Okie dokie. I mean, and wrap up this activity for today, because we need to clean the equipment, do all the washing stuff and things like that. Still.
All right.
So.
Oh. Here comes the bossy part.
Ah, no. No. It's just a common sense. Oh, fuck, seriously? Ah, bloody drones arrived a little bit early.
Oh, no.
Ouch.
Are you getting alarms already?
Yeah. Fortunately, my mic do a great job on filtering that nasty sound, but it is here.
I'll fill this one up and then we'll head back.
Okie dokie. And if I'm not mistaken, I even hear one of these bloody drones flying somewhere near. But that's fine. You know, while you hear it engine sound, it's fine, because somewhere a few minutes...
Still flying someplace.
Yeah, because if it's actually about to attack some object, it's gonna turn off its engine, and this is a really nice moment to go to the shelter. So, things like that.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. the last unload, and we should
Oh,
be
shit.
good. What happened? Already.
Somebody disconnected the trailer.
Somebody. Okay.
Okay. Oh, not much in there, Cliff. Did you
No,
put
there's
it in
just a
by
little
a
bit.
handful? Huh?
Yeah, just a little bit. I tried not to get it in there, but I got too close.
Ah,
Yep, that happens. What our production says. Ooh, we actually have more than 400 liters of silage additives already. So I
Good.
believe that we're not gonna buy any of this shit for a while.
No, you probably even turn that off. 400 liters, that'll last us a long time.
Okay, let me turn it off. Because you're totally right. it went
Guys,
quite well.
Because you would only use, like, every time you fill up, you only use like 20 liters.
10. 10 liters
yeah, okay.
is a full load for the trailer, so we definitely don't need that much.
Nope.
Of course, we can sell it anyways.
Yeah. Is there a market for it right now at the store? Otherwise, we got to make something that'll buy it.
I built. Oh no. Wait a second. I'm not sure. Let me double check. Silage additive. No, we don't have any selling points for that. And speaking about road salt, on my local game, I installed that market for everything basically. And guess what? There are no bloody
Road
no
salt.
salt.
Bad.
yeah, I was trying to remember. I did see something about salt. I think it's something to do with the railway. The railway or the roadway? Oh, no, I can't
Okay.
remember.
The problem is that we don't have a railway here on this map.
Nope, there's none on this map, so we're screwed.
No, I believe I should just kick nuts of this developer of this everything sell or something like that mod hard enough to convince them that he made a mistake.
Yep.
Have you done that one?
Not yet. You know,
Oh,
I
okay.
I had no time, unfortunately, to use it yet. I'm kinda second week in a row trying
Well, the
to
tractor won't
record
take
one
much 'cause
bloody
I watched
video.
it before.
What?
The tractor shouldn't take much because I did it not so long ago.
I just washed both your tractor and your trailer. That's why they look pretty clean.
Well, that's what I just asked you. Have you done that one?
Ah, that's what you meant. I thought it was a question about the developer balls. The fucking lag. Could you please let me place this bloody trailer in a correct position? Fuck's sake. Okay, finally. That's done. Yeah, I need to refuel a tractor. And even probably repair it a little bit because it has something like 75%.
Yep. That's me too.
The great thing about this production that we have, and especially the moment when we have fuel in it, it refuels any equipment in no time, literally. It's just whoop, and it's ready. So I'm really look forward to this moment. Who made these doors that narrow?
Oh, come on, you son of a bitch.
You know, if I look to that paint indicator close enough, I would think that there are no paint left on my tractor. Nice. Nice. That's a lot better. We're still missing a couple of lights outside. I mean, we have only these floodlights on top of our doors, but otherwise, I mean, inside this shed looking pretty nice. But outside, I'd prefer to have few more light sources. That's quite interesting. Do we have... Not fences, lights. I mean, I used to have a big floodlights in FS22. And of course, these bastards removed them. Or not?
Of course they did.
No, we have them. We have them. For a pretty nice price, like 600. Okay, can I?
Oh, we'll just put a couple of pole lights up on the corners.
Yeah, that's
Facing
what
this
I'm
way.
about to do. That's exactly what I'm about to do. Could you please give me that? Yep. I believe that's better.
Need a couple off here at the end by the where we got the fuel tank.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do currently. Come on.
You're so damn slow. Jesus. I tell you.
What? I need to do that with a precision, you know? Precision is a common word today. And I even probably could match that with... yeah.
You got to do some half-ass shit every now and then. Come on.
What?
Oh, fuck you.
Damn, that tractor is about broke. Had almost $4,000 worth of repairs I needed.
Okie dokie. Now we have it. Okay, we finally can... I mean, this place near this pressure washer is pretty nice lit by that light on top of gates, but here it's really useful thing. Now we at least can see how it was washed. Yeah, beautiful. And on this end, what do we have here? Yeah, good, really good. I don't know why we don't have single light in that regular shed. That's quite strange, especially considering it's covered by solar panels. So... where was the problem to add at least one light here, you bloody developers? I know where was the problem. The problem was that it's a vanilla game placeable scene. So... Okay, do we have all the equipment inside, or...
I'm gonna fill up this tractor here real quick.
Okie dokie.
It's only got a half a tank.
Okay. What about red one?
We don't have.
Is it...
I just
Yeah,
filled.
it's
I filled
full?
it up
Great.
and
Thank you.
repaired. I had $4,000 worth of damage done on that one, so we had to repair that.
Okie dokie. You're looking after Arthur, are you?
I'm looking
looking
after
after my-
everybody.
I'm looking after myself. So next time I jump into it, I don't have to worry about it.
Arthur, you want to use big door or small ones? Small
No,
ones,
she's
please.
right. I'll just go here.
Okay, let me close that door in this case and... Come on. Yeah, that's better. Could you please... Fucking door, don't you mind to be closed? What? What's wrong with it? Oh, finally. Jesus, door closed also. So...
Oh, next time we're gonna need a corn header.
Yeah. We're gonna buy it next time. Please. Could you... Yeah, thank you. Now I need to turn off light. Or you're there already?
I'm here.
Yeah, this light, exactly. And that one also. Yeah, thank you. Okie dokie. Oh, and Arthur lock us inside again. Okay. Nothing
That's
new,
right.
nothing surprising.
Well, it's what you deserve.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
only doing what everybody says I should be doing.
Yeah. I know. It's just a
Don't
revenge
you
for
look at
all
the comments?
for
Huh?
all these
Don't you-
doors.
Yep.
Okie dokie,
I
folks.
mean, a sensible farmer would have only 2 doors, one at each end.
yeah,
So
I
he
know.
can go in, go out, and that's it.
Yeah.
No, he's got to have 6 bloody doors, so I'm going to make him use them all. Right, what else needs to go in here for the pig's feed? Because it must be more than just... You've got straw manure.
Pigs.
There should be straw in there as well to make them more comfortable and they'll produce more.
No. If we place straw, it start producing manure that we don't need.
Oh,
to
that's
produce
right. Yeah,
to
sorry.
produce a pig food, what we missing? Corn will be available next month. We have we don't have sunflowers. We don't have sugar beet, and we don't have barley. Yeah, we have almost nothing,
right,
so
well,
we'll end up just buying
put all
it.
those 3 on the list, and after we sell a shitload, we can get some more land and just plant
That is
the
our
3
plan.
the 3 medium fields for those for the pig food.
That is exactly our plan. Alrighty, let me
Yeah, we
save
can't
the
plant. We
game.
can't plant most of that stuff until March.
Yeah.
March anyway, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we should be able
even-
to have sold off all of the silage and chips by then.
Yeah, even some of them not at March, but at April. For example, sugar beet. Oh no, I'm mistaken. It's
Sugar beet, sugar cane, sunflowers.
yeah. I mean, sugar beet, sunflowers. What But barley
Barley's-
we already seeded, and the corn, and corn should be
Corn, April.
placed in it. You have lost connection to the game. How does that happen? Okay.
April
Anyways,
before we can do corn.
Anyways, dear viewers, dear folks, we are pretty on time.
What?
It's 4 hours stream long exactly. So we'll see you next week, just as always. And thank you for being here. Bye bye.